Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights by taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers, 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us. Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights by taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers, 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us. Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights by taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers. 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I have the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
A really good bank account.
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A well?
A whale, oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights by taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers. 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I have the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
A really good bank account.
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A well?
A whale. Oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I had the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
A really good bank account.
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A whale?
A whale, oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights. By taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers. 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I had the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
A really good bank account.
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A whale?
A whale, oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. our voice was heard. Everywhere, in 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights. By taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers. 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us.
Investing in our future means investing in our child. Universal Children's Day is celebrated annually on 20th November. The goal is to promote and celebrate children's rights and promote togetherness and awareness among children around the world. In 1954, Universal Children's Day was established by the UN General Assembly. In 1959, the UN General Assembly adopted the Declaration of the Rights of the Child. It is also the date in 1989 when the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is a day that is all about importance of children and how they have special rights and freedoms that help them to grow into happy, healthy adults. According to UN, a child under 15 dies every 5 seconds around the world. According to UNICEF, every year millions of children around the world become victims of untold violence. Millions of children worldwide are involved with child labor. Millions of children die every day as a result of poverty. To celebrate Children's Day, a wide range of events take place worldwide in organizations as diverse as schools, charities, businesses, and governments. UNICEF arranges seminars and programs in different territories of the world of welfare of children. Parents, teachers, government leaders, and civil society activists, religious and community elders, media professionals, as well as young people, and children themselves can play an important part in making World Children's Day relevant for their societies, communities, and nations. World Children's Day offers each of us an inspirational entry point to advocate, promote, and celebrate children's rights, translating into dialogues and actions that will build a better world for children. This year is extra special, marking the 30th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of Children, a time to celebrate and a time to demand action for children's rights. Some countries celebrate in different days. Instead of Children's Day, France celebrates Family Day on January 6th. Children's Day is a national holiday in some places like Turkey and Argentina. Children's Day is celebrated on 14 November in India to pay respect to Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India who was immensely fond of kids. Australia celebrates Children's Week starting from the Saturday before Universal Children's Day and ending on the following Sunday. International Children's Day was proclaimed in Geneva and Switzerland on June 1st. Happy Universal Children's Day to all the kids around the world. This year, share this information with your child and let him know that his rights matter. And of course, take a day off and celebrate this day with your little one to make him feel special. After all, your time is the most valuable gift you can give your child.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I have the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
A really good bank account.
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A well?
A whale. Oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
With all the things happening right now, the pandemic. With all the things happening right now, the pandemic, the storms, I cannot help but feel anxious.
Pretty anxious.
Bothered and anxious.
Anxious and frustrated.
Kind of sad.
Worried. I don't know. Nothing is the same now.
A lot of challenges, a lot of adjustment.
Quite stressed, but still trying to be positive.
Thankful po ako sa aking pamilya po is nasa mabuting kalagayan naman po.
Comfortable but troubled at the same time.
I'm not okay.
It is more important now than ever that children are met with support.
We are all fighting our own battles, but we should not forget to fight for those who can't fight for themselves yet.
What children and young people need the most in this time of COVID-19 is to feel secure.
Reassurance, support, and a sense of security.
Yung suporta ng kanilang pamilya.
Guidance and companionship.
Someone to talk to about their problems.
Pangunawa, suporta at gabay.
Time and energy to catch up with ourselves.
An avenue of opportunity where they can express, where they are free to express their thought ideas.
They all need a glimmer of hope that one day, the world they live in will little by little learn, listen, and love.
Regardless of who we are or where we come from, we must all be able to hear and be heard.
We have the right to be heard.
Children are their own persons.
And that all of their needs should be met as they grow in order for them to know and build themselves and their identities.
They deserve respect.
As a child, they should be a child, not burdened with heavy responsibilities meant for an adult.
We children have the right to quality education.
Proper education.
Accessible education.
Safe education.
Because I believe education is needed for change.
Ngayong bata pa ako, kailangan ko pong masipag mag-aral upang matuloy ko ang aking pangarap.
Pangarap ko ay doktor para makatabang sa mga bata aalinsakit.
Ang pangarap ko maging doktor at makagamot na may sakit. Ang pangarap ko po ay maging engineer upang makapag-design sa mga iba't ibang bagay.
Children, regardless of their sex, origin, social status, beliefs, and abilities, have the right to live and grow in a safe and healthy environment.
It is very important for us to know that there is a place where we are safe, and that should be our home.
No abuse against children is justifiable. We have the right to demand and make a decision we believe that is good for us. especially during this difficult time.
We've all heard enough of the "you're too young to understand" or "bata ka pa, wala ka pang alam."
For the world to become a truly better place for children and young people like me and the children of the future generations, we have to start taking the climate crisis seriously.
We can accelerate these things by first acknowledging that they are problems.
Being fully aware of what's really happening and taking action along with it is all we need.
Aside from our personal efforts, eventually we will be needing those people in power to fully support us in this act by upholding the necessary laws and regulations.
Advocating to our government officials as well as the big companies in order to take action.
Invest in long-term plans and not on short-term man-made solutions. Help and not blame the people affected.
This world will be a better place for children and young people like me
if we try our best to stay informed, stand up for those who cannot, and hold the right people accountable.
If children are always at the center of our laws, and if leaders see communities as partners,
if there are equal rights, equal opportunities to be heard,
if we continue to be compassionate about each other,
we need respect, kindness,
a competent government with health.
Children are the future nation builders of our country, so they must be protected and supported at all costs.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I have the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
A really good bank account?
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A whale?
A whale, oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights. By taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue.
More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers. 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us.
With all the things happening right now, the pandemic, the storms, I cannot help but feel anxious.
Pretty anxious.
Bothered and anxious.
Anxious and frustrated.
Kind of sad.
Worried. I don't know.
Nothing is the same now.
A lot of challenges, a lot of adjustment.
Quite stressed, but still trying to be positive.
Thankful po ako ang aking pamilya po is nasa mabuting kalagayan naman po.
Comfortable but troubled at the same time.
I'm not okay.
It is more important now than ever that children are met with support.
We are all fighting our own battles, but we should not forget to fight for those who can't fight for themselves yet.
What children and young people need the most in this time of COVID-19 is to feel secure.
Reassurance, support, and a sense of security.
Yung support ng kanilang pamilya.
Guidance and companionship.
Someone to talk to about their problems.
Pangunawa, suporta at gabay.
Time and energy to catch up with ourselves.
An avenue of opportunity where they can express, where they are free to express their thought, ideas.
They all need a glimmer of hope. One day, the world they live in will little by little learn, listen, and love.
Regardless of who we are or where we come from, we must all be able to hear and be heard.
We have the right to be heard.
Children are their own persons.
And that all of their needs should be met as they grow in order for them to know and build themselves and their identities.
They deserve respect.
As a child, they should be a child, not burdened with heavy responsibilities meant for an adult.
We children have the right to quality education.
Proper education.
Accessible education.
Safe education.
Because I believe education is needed for change.
Ngayong bata pa ako, kailangan ko pong masipag mag-aral upang matuloy ko ang aking pangarap.
Pangarap ko ay doktor para makatabang sa mga bata din sakit nil.
Ang pangarap ko maging doktor at makagamot na may sakit. Ang pangarap ko po ay maging engineer upang makapag-design sa mga iba't ibang bagay.
Children, regardless of their sex, origin, social status, beliefs, and abilities, have the right to live and grow in a safe and healthy environment.
It is very important for us to know that there is a place where we are safe, and that should be our home.
No abuse against children is justifiable. We have the right to demand and make a decision we believe that is good for us, especially during this difficult time.
We've all heard enough of the "you're too young to understand" or "bata ka pa, wala ka pang alam."
For the world to become a truly better place for children and young people like me and the children of the future generations, we have to start taking the climate crisis seriously.
We can accelerate these things by first acknowledging that they are problems.
Being fully aware of what's really happening and taking action along with it is all we need.
Aside from our personal efforts, eventually we will be needing those people in power to fully support us in this act by upholding the necessary laws and regulations.
Advocating to our government officials as well as the big companies in order to take action.
Invest in long-term plans and not on short-term man-made solutions.
Help and not blame the people affected.
This world will be a better place for children and young people like me
If we try our best to stay informed, stand up for those who cannot, and hold the right people accountable.
If children are always at the center of our laws, and if leaders see communities as partners,
If there are equal rights, equal opportunities to be heard, if we continue to be compassionate about each other,
We need respect.
Kindness.
A competent government with health.
Children are the future nation builders of our country, so they must be protected and supported at all costs.
Investing in our future means investing in our child. Universal Children's Day is celebrated annually on 20th November. The goal is to promote and celebrate children's rights and promote togetherness and awareness among children around the world. In 1954, Universal Children's Day was established by the UN General Assembly. In 1959, the UN General Assembly adopted the Declaration of the Rights of the Child. It is also the date in 1989 when the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is a day that is all about importance of children and how they have special rights and freedoms that help them to grow into happy, healthy adults. According to UN, a child under 15 dies every 5 seconds around the world. According to UNICEF, every year millions of children around the world become victims of untold violence. Millions of children worldwide are involved with child labor. Millions of children die every day as a result of poverty. To celebrate Children's Day, a wide range of events take place worldwide in organizations as diverse as schools, charities, businesses, and governments. UNICEF arranges seminars and programs in different territories of the world of welfare of children. Parents, teachers, government leaders, and civil society activists, religious and community elders, media professionals, as well as young people, and children themselves can play an important part in making World Children's Day relevant for their societies, communities, and nations. World Children's Day offers each of us an inspirational entry point to advocate, promote, and celebrate children's rights, translating into dialogues and actions that will build a better world for children. This year is extra special, marking the 30th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of Children, a time
Hello, 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 hello. Thank you. Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. So can we all settle down? If you are outside the hall, this is the time to come inside. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Are we together? Tell all the others that are outside the hall to come inside that we are about to begin. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, guests from near and from far. Good morning, people who care about the future of Nigeria, which is represented by the young people that are being supported by the Life Builders Initiative. Good morning. Are we together? Are we ready? Are we here? Are you happy? I hear it's International Children's Day today. Congratulations to you guys. A round of applause for yourselves. And I pray that you will grow in favor and stature with God and with men. God bless you guys. Okay. So we're going to begin, and we will begin properly. And so we will begin with the national anthem and the prayer. Of course, we'll do the first and the second stanzas of the national anthem. And so, are we ready here? Okay. I was just thinking about the entire, this whole initiative, and I was thinking about, it's the kind of thing that endears me. I was thinking about the devastation that improper education does to a person. And I'm saying this because I know the devastation a faulty basic education can do to a human being. And this is not from a grammatic or observatory point of view. This is from personal experience. I have relatives who had faulty foundations in their education, and I know how they are struggling now. And I know the difference it would have made if everything was sound from day one. I have a relative who was the top of his class when he was in nursery school up to primary one, and then there was a death, and then they had to end up in the village where the education structure wasn't so defined. And today he is struggling, and it breaks my heart, but it is what we are dealing with. If the foundation is not sound, there's nothing we can build on it that will be sound. And trying to get basic education later in life is such a struggle. It is painful, it is difficult. I've seen it, I feel it, and I know it. And that is why this is a very laudable project. And we need more people, more organizations. We need more sacrifices to be done in this direction. Because most times we are trying to fix the symptom, not the root cause of the problem. And until we fix the root cause, we are just doing embellishing. The problem will still rear its ugly head. And so I scribbled a little thing this morning while I was just dwelling on it early this morning. And it's about the quality of any foundation determines the quality and integrity of any structure that is built on it. And that is why a Life Builders Initiative, it is the initiative of initiatives as far as I'm concerned. And it is a worthy cause, and saying this can never, ever be overemphasized. The importance of this can never be overemphasized. And so if we're ready with the national anthem, we shall sing, we shall pray, and we shall begin, and God will help us. Are we ready? Okay, may we please rise for the national anthem.
By advertising on YouTube.
We're going to be doing the first and the second stanzas, anthem, prayer, in that order. Second stanza. Okay. Amen. Thank you. You can sit down. So you're welcome once again. This is day 2. I see some faces from yesterday and I see some new faces. And as the hall keeps filling, we will keep recognizing and improving. And so right away, because it is International Children's Day, we are going to have a performance from the children. So if they are ready, so while we wait for the children to come for their performance, their presentation, I will quickly do some recognitions of our guests for today. And here we have, okay, this is a spillover from yesterday. Mr. Nuruddin Lawal, he's an international development consultant. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, thank you. We also have on my list Mr. Philip Aya, representing Professor Muazu Tukur from Nasarawa State University, Kefi. A round of applause for him. Thank you for coming. And we have the representative of Dr. Mikhailu Ibrahim, in the person of Ms. Phoebe Michelia. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Sorry, is it Miss or Mrs.? Okay, sorry. Mrs. Phoebe Michelia, please another round of applause for her. Thank you. And then, of course, online we have Mr. Fola Olatunji David. A round of applause for him. Here, representing the DG NITDA is Dr. A.Y. Tambuwal. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. And then we have the representative of the Chief Librarian, National Library of Nigeria, Mrs. Patience E. Samuel. You're welcome, ma. She is CAO, Chief Admin Officer. You're welcome. And then we have, okay, I see, is this pro-life? We have Ajeni Fuya Ahmed. You're welcome. Please, what's your organization called? Pro-life? Pro-family, okay. And so, while we wait for the children, this is day 2. Yesterday was very impactful. We had wonderful speakers. We had wonderful interactions. We had wonderful contributions from both sides of the divide. That is on this and the audience side. And today we're looking forward to a very impactful session. I still say that the importance of this initiative cannot be overemphasized. And so while we're prepping the children, I would like to call on our convener, Dr. Sonwo Olatunji David, to give us his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
Don't worry, I will find them. Okay. I just need a few names. When you go for a program, you will usually I stand on existing protocol. And sometimes I wonder who built the protocol that they are standing on. So please permit me this morning to build the protocol that other people will be standing upon. So we create the protocol. This program is being streamed online, and because of the conversation, because of the COVID-19 pandemic atmosphere that we are in, we have done all our best to make sure that we have 2 sets of people in this hall, our special guest and the student. So every other person that is part of this program are online. The intention is to have not more than 80 people in the hall. And since it is for the sake of the children that we are gathered, they have 50 slots and the adults have 30 slots. So the idea where we space out and make sure that it's all about them. And today, again, being International Children's Day, they even have more of the time. If we had taught it well, we should have given the adults 20 and given the children 60. So please, daddies and mommy, please, could you please help me celebrate my children with a hand of applause for them. They are the reason why we are gathered. They are the reason why UNICEF is funded. They are the reason why so many interventions come into Nigeria into education, to make sure that we raise together a viable next generation. The philosophy of education of Nigeria is education for self-reliance. And therefore, when we talk about self-reliance, we're actually talking about a generation of children that will grow up to become the leaders indeed tomorrow. So one more time, I'd like to welcome our online audience, both the speakers and the panelists and the thousands of Facebook people that are streaming. We are streaming on Facebook, we are streaming on Twitter, we are streaming on YouTube, and then one other that I don't know that streams into the US. We're streaming on about 8 platforms. That's please, this is the 2020 LBI. I don't like that much. This is the 2020 LBI Stakeholders Forum, and I'd like to welcome us one more time. I'm particularly very grateful to all our special guests who are here today. Yesterday, we had a full head table set because it was the opening ceremony. Today, we want to just go straight into technical session, and we want to just get the work done. By 2 o'clock, we all go to observe the Jumat service. And so we will do everything. I told the technical crew that whereas we can afford to tell those of us that are here to pardon us for the waste time. Some people are waking up in the US to be part of this program, and so their time is very costly to them. They are supposed to be sleeping, but they are on this program. So I want us to please bear that at the back of our mind. The Stakeholders Forum actually is supposed to be a conversation or a multi-sectoral engagement. We have the public sector here, we have the private sector here, we have the civil society organizations here, we have the international development agencies here, we have local and international NGOs here. And what are we all looking for? We're looking at providing a solution to the out-of-school children crisis that is bedeviling this country. Yesterday, in my call to order, or call to service, like I titled the message yesterday, or my present, I said to us here that there are some terms that were strange to me as an adult. Growing up, I never had hoodlums. Growing up, I never had terrorists. Growing up, I never had I never had all this kind. There were used restiveness, but it was very little. I say this to my pride and my shame. I participated in a number of riots as students in the university back then, but they still respected us as students. We were protected. The Ali must go, we were protected. We ran into people's homes and they protected us because they know we are not miscreants. But today, because the population of out-of-school children is almost equal, statistics says about 42% of children of school age are out of school. Because if 13.2, okay, I corrected myself also yesterday, the federal government says it's now 10.4, 10.6. So pardon me if I used 13, but that was last year. So if 10.6 are out of school in a population where about 26 million to 27 million are in school. That means the likelihood of separating the out of school and in school is so difficult. So when students want to riot, it means when you see 10 students, 4 of them are out of school. And so when the 6 that are in school wants to protest, the 4 that are miscreants, that are hoodlums, that are terrorists, that are whatever name we call them, will come and join them, and they will overwhelm them, and it becomes the security problem that we have yesterday. Yesterday, the representative of the head of road safety pleaded here that we should please get them back to school, because the out of school children are becoming a trouble, a pain in the, let me use that. We are becoming trouble to the road safety, because they are selling on the street. They are causing traffic everywhere. They're supposed to be in school. They are just terrorizing the road. The soldiers are complaining. The military men, the police are complaining. The children are supposed to be in school. They are not in school, and they are already a nuisance to the system. And I said to us that going forward, 10 years' time, that 16-year-old boy that is selling on the road at 16, when he becomes 26, he can no longer sell on the road. He becomes an adult that is going to be a problem to Nigeria. So that is what I am looking at. That is what I'm afraid of. And that is what is driving me in this conversation and on this journey that Life Builders has chosen. We also agreed yesterday that by our intervention and the outcome of this meeting, we should be able to pressure the government. So at the end of today, we shall be looking at setting up committees to pressure the government so that we can do the right thing. The Honorable Minister of Education said 3 million has been taken away from last year to this year. We hope that between this year and next year, we can take away another 5 million. So that when we convoke, by God's grace, for 2021 Stakeholders Forum, we will be saying that we have 5 million out of school children. I think that it's all right. Do you agree with me, House? Sir, do you agree with me? No. So I will give you the mic, and then you tell us your number. But I'm just hoping that by the time we come back next year, we would have reduced the number from 10.6 to 5 million. And when we come back the next year, we will reduce to 3 million. And by the time we come back in 2023, we will be happy to announce that all our children are back in school. So, with these words, I would like to declare today's session open, and then I welcome us all to this wonderful meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Worthy initiative. Life Builders. This is the best building to build, actually. Build life. And every other thing will center around it. And so I don't know if the children are ready for their presentation. Let's keep celebrating them. Congratulations once more. Congratulations. It is International Children's Day. There's this conversation that has been going on with young people. They say, I know people who say since they were children that they were told the children are the future or the leaders of tomorrow. And they are wondering when tomorrow will come. Maybe as the saying goes, tomorrow never comes. But then they said they have grown up and the same mantra is still being peddled. And then the same people who had been in charge are still in charge. So when do they get old enough to be given the responsibility of taking charge and redefining the narrative? And so saying that my name is Alfred Atungu. I'm also known as 6 Foot Plus. I'm a performing artist, a graphic artist, and a dramatist. Simply put, I am an actor, I make music, and I do graphic stuff. And for this event, I shall be the conductor. That's a good place to clap, thank you. And so, are they ready? Are we ready? ladies and gentlemen, announcing the presence of the students of School Without Walls.
The students in Great College, School Without Walls, Abuja. Good morning, mommies and daddies, aunties and uncles. Precious. Good morning, mommies and daddies, aunties and uncles, my teachers, and my fellow students. My name is Patient Ezekiel. We are the School Without Walls choirs. We are here to present our song. As you listen, may you be blessed. Amen.
Amen.
There was a time that my mommy used to say, oh my child, prepare yourself to go to school. There was a time that used to say, oh my child, prepare yourself to go to school. The world, we are the world, we are the children. We are the ones to be the younger days, so help us achieve. As a child we play, we want to build this nation. So please help us achieve it, our moms and dads. We are the one, we are the one, we are the children, we are the children, we are the ones to be taking our grade. So help us achieve. That's the choice we make. We want to build this nation, so please help us achieve it, our moms and dads. There was a time that my mommy used to say, oh my child, prepare yourself to go to school. There was a time that my mommy used to say, oh my child, prepare yourself to go to school. We are the one, we are the truth, we are the truth. my beloved country, working together is our king. Nigeria, my beloved country, our future is bright. I know we have a great potential to do more than just survive. Let's build up our strength and proud. Trust in God to be our Nigeria, my beloved country, working together is our king. Nigeria, my beloved country, our future is you and me. Thank you.
Okay.
Please, quiet. You just tell me your name. You don't see no one and watch the play. Just tell me your name and where you come from.
My name is Patient Ezekiel. I come from Kaduna.
My name is Princess Jacob. I come from Bauchi. My name is Shula Mighty Innocent. I am from Anambra State.
My name is Precious Uzoigwe. I'm from Enugu State.
My name is Favor Tek. I'm from Benue State.
That was the only school with 24 states represented. Yes?
My name is Patience Monde from Plateau State.
That's
My name is Rejoice Samuel from Bauchi State. My name is Happy Ezekiel. I came from Bauchi State. My name is Kadni Mag. I come from Plateau State.
My name is Rose John. I come from Adamawa.
My name is Blessing Victor. I come from Plateau State. My name is Salvation Jones. I come from Plateau State.
My name is Peace Ezekiel. I'm from Kaduna State.
My name is Ajijola Omomi. I'm from Osun State.
My name is Patient Alhamdu. I come from Bauchi State. My name is Happiness Moses. I come from Osun State. My name is Glory Imani. I'm from Abia State.
Abia.
My name is Favor Odi. I'm from Cross Rivers.
Please, let's give them a resounding round of applause. Well done, well done, well done, you guys. Wow. That was refreshing. Happy Children's Day once more to you guys. You guys, happy Children's Day. Hello? 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 Okay, 5 people are answering me now. Hello? Happy Children's Day to you guys. Congratulations. A round of applause for yourselves. Well done. And so, quickly, like our convener said, we're going to make it chop chop. And so for going into our discussion and our conversations, our first presenter for today, for 10 minutes, and we'll have a Q&A session for 5 minutes, is Mr. Nuruddin Lawal. He's an international development consultant, and he's going to be talking on the topic, Rethinking the Almajiri System of Education, Role of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Nuruddin Lawal. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. I don't know if I can put this. You need anything else? No, thank you.
Um, I want to start with the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful. And on that note, I want to also stand on existing protocol. Someone has built that protocol, and we can all live in that house now. Thank you, Dr. Sonwo. I know it is Sonwo, but I was almost putting Olu behind it. I don't know if I'm the best person to address the issue that has been put in front of me. But I took up the task because of my appreciation of what life builders are doing. I want to start by saying that we can only move Nigeria forward when we give opportunities for civil society organizations like Life Builders to grow. Government cannot do everything. And we've seen that already. So why are we insisting? I'm touched because, and I need to say something at this point. I'm sorry, 10 minutes is too short for me. Because already I spent 5 minutes. The day I went to Camp David, you all need to go there and see how one man is using his own funding, no funding yet from anybody, to educate these kids. I'm sure that is in the last 3-4 years. I don't know now, but I know it's up to that. One man. I've seen CSOs in Abuja here that feed children every day. He feeds them every day. There are others that go to identify children in different places and feed them also. What are we talking about? I think the government needs to rethink its partnership with CSOs and it will move the country forward. People still eat in Nigeria with 100 naira. I tell you that. I saw it. I want to talk about, I'm not going to go into technology, but I want to talk about recreating the Almajiri golden age. Recreating the Almajiri golden age. Lessons from COVID-19. And the outline is that Nigeria is a signatory to the SDG goals. And specifically, Goal 4 is on education. I know you know what Almajiris are, and you see them every day if you are in northern Nigeria. But I want to cast our mind back to define who are the Almajiris. I want to discuss the golden age of Almajiri education system with you, and also tell you that things fell apart at a particular point in time. And then we talk about, since things fell apart, we have these albatross on all our necks as Nigerians. When you are in hold-up, you see hordes of children come to beg you. In Abuja, you see them all the time. Go to Kano, you see them all the time. I will tell you some very interesting things I've seen over these years. And then how has government been working to remove these albatross that has been on our neck? and then what happened during the pandemic, and what are the opportunities we need to grab during the pandemic. We'll talk about that. So if you are seeing the screen, you will see the SDG goals, and you see that the fourth goal is on quality basic education. Point in time in Nigeria, we're shouting access, 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 access. Now, because of access, not only because of that, so many other factors, we brought in so many things into education that should not be there. And we have the system we have today. I tell you, if access has been touched then, together with quality, we might be better off today. But then, all we had then was what? Access. And now we are now talking about quality. I wonder what we'll talk about next. And so Nigeria is a signatory, and because we are a signatory to that, we are going to be measured against all the other countries in the world on that goal. Unlike other goals like the Millennium Development Goal and the rest, this goal is going to be measured, and countries will be placed on how well they've performed on each of those goals by 2030. And because we're a signatory to it, whether we give in data or we don't give in data, you know, we have a way of not submitting data. And so they'll say data not available. We know what we do. We know that when we need to submit data, our data are not ever, the data we are supposed to submit are never available, especially education. So let's talk about the Almajiris. And in the Hausa parlance, we don't say Almajiris, we say Almajiri, because that's the plural of Almajiri. So don't worry if I'm trying to westernize it and calling it Almajiris. A data from UNICEF in 2014 said there are 9.5 Almajiri children in Nigeria. And of course, if we are using the last data of 13 point something, it's like they form more than 70% of the out-of-school children that we have in the country. And unfortunately, we have girls among them, which is very contrary to what Islam stands for. I read a couple of news materials on how girls are now amongst these children that move around. So it's a very sad one. And that when they leave home, the situation is like, it's a very interesting system, because the system is around how do you polish something to become shining. So if you don't go through toughening, you can't really learn. And so you give your child to a learned person who is supposed to teach your child. Traveling is part of learning. Unfortunately, that was in the golden era of Almajiri. I'll come there. And so what we see today is that when these kids are given out to these malams, there are sources that said that 60% of them don't ever go back home. 60% of them never go back home. So what becomes of them? They are the very dirty, unkept children that you see on the streets. They are tattered. And when you see the places where they sleep, a lot of writers describe it. I'm not going to be showing pictures here, because you can only imagine them. A lot of writers say even when you put a goat there, the goat will suffocate. And I've seen it. I've seen it. And there are sources that say that many of them have become instruments of violence, ritual murder, and diseases and hunger. So talking about COVID-19. What's the golden era talking about? The golden era is saying that the Islam in Nigeria has very strong foundation in Borno and in Sokoto. First in Borno, then Sokoto State. And because of the way things were done then, the emirs were in charge of controlling these schools. There were inspectors that supervise these schools and report to the emirs. And so they can be guided, they can be monitored, they can be supervised. How much of that is being done today? The sweet thing about the golden age is that as a Muslim, I'm expected to pay my zakat. Every Muslim are expected to pay their zakat. And in the golden age, the zakat were used to fund these schools. So the kids don't have to beg. But things fell apart. And that came during the colonial time. The emirs, they lost the control, they lost their power, and the schools now become free for all on their own. Nobody manages them again, and they don't get funding again. So what do we expect? The system collapsed, and the learners became what? What we know today as what? Beggars. Because I don't want to call them Al-Majri, because the name Al-Majri is somebody searching for knowledge. It's a good name. We abused it. And they have notable alumni, like late Abubakar Gumi. We have so many professors in our universities that pass through that system. I know them. So there are exceptions of those schools that are still doing what they should be doing. Why I'm going through this is that it's a wishful thinking for us to think that there's a system we can do away with. It has a very long history. It's very entrenched. But we need to improve it. We need to go back to that golden era. So what are the things that we've done, that have been done to want to remove these albatross on our neck? Way back during Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto, they've sent people all over the world to go and see how they handle their Islamic and Quranic education. They went to Egypt, they went to Libya, as far back as then. And as far back as then, they said they should have what? Inspectors, and the malams should be prevented from moving around with the kids. I'm sure if there are development workers here, one of the problems that is faced when you do your work is that if you start training the kids maybe in January, by May, the child will disappear. The whole school will disappear, as a matter of fact. because the Malam is what? Going to move away from that region. There are seasons he comes there, there are seasons he goes away. And they ask that the system should be structured. There are laws that have been passed in some states like Kano as far back as 1980 on control of juvenile accompanying Quranic Malams. But who is implementing them? The Northern Gospel Forum since 2001 have been meeting together to try to resolve this issue. That's the interesting thing. When COVID came, you all saw what happened. There are different ministerial committees that have been set up to address this issue. And surprisingly, or just the way it should be, the Almajiri education is covered under UBEC. So how many of those UBECs are really programming to the extent of the number of Almajiris they have in their states? NMEC is working on Almajiri, UBEC is working on Almajiris. There is a national framework for development and integration of Almajiri education in Nigeria. There is a strategic plan of action on operation of the implementation of Almajiri education program in Nigeria. And those documents specified what the state government should be doing and what the federal government should be doing. The interesting thing is that the federal government is doing what it should be doing. Yes, the problem is always down. Of course, if we have a government that has refused to even take their counterpart funding for UBEC, at a time in Nigeria, I know a particular governor in Nasarawa State, throughout his 8 years, did not take the counterpart funding from UBEC, go and investigate, throughout. The money is your money, is there. It's not as if education in, even this for education in your state. For 8 years. As I speak now, the same thing is still happening. Even when UBEC has changed the system, very, very lenient with the system, we still have states that don't even go there for that funding. I know there are superb officials in this room. They can testify to that. And the funding of Almajiri is supported by the UBEC under the strategic plan. So what are we saying? Oga Sanwo is spending his money. When there is so much money in the system to do this. And how are you working with those who are ready to work with you to achieve that? So I think a very, very big part of the whole of this discussion is how do we make government to really understand that CSOs have arrived in this country and are ready to partner with them to achieve the goals for developing the country. How? So COVID-19 came and we started seeing magic. There was total lockdown. So it's a very funny scenario. The Malam has a space, where he brings as many children as possible into. And these children go out to beg. Usually, they bring money back to him. And some of the sources say they do it once in a week on Wednesday. And maybe each will just bring like 100 naira to him every Wednesday. And in doing that, they also find food as they move around because he doesn't feed them. So when COVID came, what happened? There was nobody on the streets. The kids cannot move. The malam cannot feed these 100 people. So it became a problem. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the one that shouted out that come and move these kids away. I won't be surprised. So they became rejected. You see how we can make things to be very convenient, playing with the lives and future of the country. So the people that were, what do I call them now? That were feeding. They were the, what do we call this, Anna? When you are the one that feed the family. The breadwinner. The breadwinners now became rejected because he can't keep them there and they don't provide anything for him. So let them go. So the government started moving them around. I won't be surprised if the numbers that were moved around during that period were not more than 400,000 children all over. Because there are sources that say Kaduna alone rejected like 30,000. Someone talked about the future of Nigeria, playing with the future, tossing the future of Nigeria around. There are countries around the world that talk about, all they think about is the future of the country, the next generation. They're not thinking about this generation. They've already settled this generation. They are thinking of how to settle the next generation. So they are dispensable, they became rejected, and they had to be repatriated. A number of them also contracted the COVID-19 virus, and we don't know how many died, or we don't know what happened to them, but we said before that they are prone to diseases and all of the other elements. So, you know the funny thing? In all the states they went to, they provided accommodation for them. They fed them. They provided health services for them. They gave them psychosocial support. Where did that come from? Where was that before COVID-19? That's the question I'm asking myself. So they move them to Yobe, they move them, and in each state they get to, they will quickly quarantine them, provide housing for them, provide food for them. You see mattress spring up. You see all of these things spring up. Where were all those things? Where were all those thinking? Are we all complicit? And UNICEF is helping in most of the states to move those children and link them back to their family. And you'll see the figures I shared there. What are the opportunities? I can tell you that right now, the World Bank has a project called Better Education Service Delivery for All, BESDA. And all northern states are included in this program. And they have an Almajiri component of that program. What are they telling the government of those states? They say, for every Almajiri child you bring into the school, we'll give you $10. Is that difficult? Just provide 9 months education for one child, bring them into a non-formal learning center where they will get 9 months non-formal education, and we'll give you, register them and show us on the register. We'll give you $10. We'll give $150 a month for the learning facilitators that will teach them. Employ them. And for every center you establish, we'll give $1,000. What are they doing about it? What excuse? That I'm saying that is the federal government not doing its part. How do we encourage the states to live up to the responsibility, work with, at all levels, work with CSOs to actualize these things? If you give this money to Dr. Sowo, you can imagine how many children he will recruit before the day ends. Is that true, sir? So sad. So we need a system. I'm concluding. I say a system without control will fail. Right now, we don't have a regulation in the Almajiri system. We might need to go back to the golden era where we have our traditional rulers managing this system and overseeing them. Given the hydra-headed nature of the system, we need to do more studies. I believe that there are studies, there are lots of studies, but we need to do very epistemological studies that really, there are some of them, but we need to do more that will really look into the lives of these children. We need to sensitize families on how they should stop giving their children out in this kind of system, except the system becomes much more better than it is today. There needs to be very strong coordination between federal and state government. What happened to the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri schools? 80-something of them built around the country. Where are they now? Where did it fail? It's at the state level. The state even gave the land. And if you go to any of them, you see where they built them. Where they built them exactly even show the sincerity of purpose. We'll imagine you go inside the bush. Have you seen those schools? You see where they built them. So there need to be better coordination, and they need to work with CSOs. I say no to begging and destitution. Of course, it is not Islamic at all. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the person that gives is better than the person that receives. And he said, I swear by Allah that it is better for one of you to take his rope and gather firewood on his back than to come to a man and beg him whether he gives or he refuses to give him. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lawal. I will, in a short while, I just ask the studio to share with us some of the pictures that I took. I will share some of the pictures I took in my sojourn in Sokoto, in Guzo, where I met with the Almanjiris. And I met with, further to collaborate what Mr. Lawal, Dr. Lawal have just said. And the floor is open for 5 minutes for you to ask your question. Online, we have about 2 or 3 questions coming in. The floor is open for you here to respond to what we have had, and then we can move on to the next plenary. But while that is going on, I would expect studio to share with us some of those images. The house, they were actually, the aim, like I said, was to, for me, in Guzo, was to go and buy up the space. The Malam had about 350 children living in one flat, and you will see the mat they live on. You will see me with the Malam and all those other things while we show that. But I set out in partnership with one of my friends, who is an indigenous of Zamfara, to go and buy up the place and refurbish the place and make the Almanjiri system thrive there, so that they can also have skills. Because the aim of it all is to be able to, that's me with the Almanjiris, some of them, with their slates, while we were reciting together. Where's the next one? You know, so you will see. You can't go again. That's the only one. You know, so I was there, and that's myself and the head of the school. That's the senior Malam there with some of the children. And then there are some pictures I took with this. So I'm just waiting for you to ask your question, please. I'm just engaging. The slides will be running while we are asking our question and reacting to this conversation. Do we have another question? Jacob.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Comfort Oluomoro from National Human Rights Commission. Yesterday, I was here and I listened extensively to all the speakers. And when I got back home, I was really ruminating over the issue of the Almajiris. And it really gave me a very, very big concern. Maybe because it's as if I've not avert my mind to that area. And I've always been in a department in my office, which is the Women and Children and Vulnerable Group Department. I've just been moved to the Human Rights Education and Promotion Department. And Human Rights Education and Promotion Department, what I met them doing there majorly is first, sensitization and creating awareness. So I want to appreciate Mr. Olatunji, Sanwo David, for the enormous work that God has committed into his hands to be doing. So with regards to that, I think I want to chip in this, that Mr. Olatunji, you will need to partner with the Commission, National Human Rights Commission. Please. We are doing a lot with the little resources the government is providing for us. But with the sensitization, in the area of sensitization, as Doctor has just mentioned, I feel so concerned and challenged. And I know we can do it along with you much better. The National Human Rights Commission can move with you, can partner with you, especially in the area of the sensitization and awareness creation. And we will do it much better. Then yesterday, when Mr. Latif Bello was speaking, he talked about these almajiris going back somewhere during planting season. For those of us that were here yesterday, if you listen to him. So I'm so concerned. Where exactly did they go during that planting season? Because he said during planting season, they are always off the streets. And after planting season, suddenly you see them, they return back to the streets. And some believe that they don't have parents. Then where exactly did they go? Because I'm wondering that these children are being used for labor. And that is another offense under the law. So I pray that every one of us putting our hands together to work together, at least to salvage this situation in this country, that God will help us because they really need to be helped for the sake of our own future and the future of our children too, for things to be much better in the country. Planting season, they go. Then remember, Mr. Sonwo, you remember you mentioned something about the challenge you faced when you went to the Malam. And I also heard that, I stand to be corrected, please, that these Malams, these children that go on the streets to beg, they remit to them. Now, that is another challenge. And that was why when you went to them at the initial stage, that where are their parents? You need to meet with their parents. They quickly told you that they don't have parents, so that you won't have a way forward. That's another big challenge. I don't know how God will help you to deal with that. That is, getting them to just, bringing them into this formal education sector. Please, personally, in my own personal capacity, please, I will be meeting with you. When I got home yesterday, I spoke with my children. And my children, in fact, I came with one of them. Please, can you indicate? That's my daughter, my second daughter, Goodness Oluomoron. She attends Command Secondary School, Suleja. And she's one of the best students in that school. If you go there today, they will tell you. But what I'm saying in essence is that she can impact, please. If you need her, I told all my children, we have to be involved. We need to partner as individual and even as a family with Mr. Sonwo so that we can educate some of more children in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma. That is quite commendable. Okay. Interventions over. We're moving on to our next session, which is our discussions. And quickly, I would like to introduce our discussants. And here on my list, I have Mr. Philip Aya. Are you here? Is Mr. Philip Aya here, or probably online? Mr. Philip Aya is of developing community-based efforts in learning. Okay, no, sorry, that's the topic for today. Developing community-based efforts in learning, role of technology. And so Mr. Philip Aya, probably online. Oh, he's actually representing Professor Muazu Tukur of Nasarawa State University. Okay, and next up on my list, I have the representative of Dr. Mikailu Ibrahim, the technical advisor, Rana, Mrs. Phoebe Michelia. Is she coming up? Or is, okay, you can come up, ma. Ife? Please find out what she needs. Please, a round of applause for her. You're welcome, ma. Okay, joining us online is our coordinator for the session, Mr. Fola Olatunji David. A round of applause for him. Thank you. And so we shall make the introductions as they come. Understand? Okay. Okay, Mr. Philip Aya is here. Okay, Mr. Philip Aya is here. He is representing Professor Moazu Tukur of Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Okay, and so we're live with Fola. Fola, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Nice to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's my pleasure to be here. And it's been a fantastic 2 days. I was also online yesterday. And I'm happy to share and to celebrate the children on this International Day of the Child.
That's a good place to clap, children. And so, Mr. Fola, you're welcome. You will be conducting this session.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're ready, we are on standby.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being a part of this. I also want to welcome my co-panelists, the representative of Professor Tukur and Dr. Mikhailo Ibrahim. Today we'll be discussing the role of technology in developing community-based efforts in learning. I will leave the floor open and I would ask a few questions to my co-panelists. But before we do that, I would like to very quickly read from the concept notes of the Lbi Stakeholders Forum. So this, what I'll be reading from, is available online, Lbi Stakeholdersforum.org/concept notes. And the concept note for the third topic, which we'll be talking about, there's a UNICEF study. The study is titled "Leveraging the Enthusiasm of Parents and Caregivers for Life-Wide Learning." They had the opinion that the amount of time that is available for a child to learn outside of school is typically greater than the time that they spend in the school system. And we see that that is true because, I mean, if you have 24 hours in a day, the children will end up spending about 5 or 6 of these hours in school or in classes, while they spend the remaining 18 hours outside of classes. And for part of that, they also revealed that it is parents and the caregivers who really shape the children's learning environments and the opportunities during this time. So the time that they spend away from the structured learning environment in a classroom, it's typically shaped by parents and caregivers. And so the report also identified that a primary school in Malawi had the opportunity to learn over a child rather in Malawi, where the study was being carried about, had 76% of their time to learn outside of school. The reason this is important is that these are very valuable hours. So if you look at 76% of 24 hours, which is about 18 hours, like we calculated earlier, if you channel it properly towards intentional learning, it would be beneficial for the development of the child. And we'll talk about this over the course of our discussion. One of the fundamental ideas is that learning is typically ongoing and it is social. So when we think of community-based learning, it has to be ongoing, it has to be social, versus it's just being a quiet thing and it's just being an individual thing. So this morning, I would like to first throw the question to our panelists. Please, if you may introduce yourself, and you may also talk about what you believe the role of technology is. We'll or can be in increasing community-based efforts in learning? I'll pass it over to the panelists now.
My name is Mrs. Phoebe Michelia. I am holding brief for Dr. Mikailu Ibrahim, who is the technical advisor, FHI 360. And as usual, I'm also standing on existing protocols. Having had that experience in Malawi, we want to also agree with the fact that, yes, it is true that children spend more time at home with their caregivers and with their parents than they do in the school. And it's even more so during the COVID-19 pandemic. I will want to give the experience of my organization in tackling this topic, how to develop community-based effort in learning, which my organization has already employed and has been successful in, and that is RANA. RANA stands for the Reading and Numeracy Activity. It is funded by UNICEF with support from DFID and is implemented by FHI 360. What is the aim of RANA? The aim is to improve the quality of literacy and numeracy instruction for both boys and girls in primary school, grades 1 and 3, and of recent, upper grade, meaning grades 4 to 6. RANA collaborates with Ministry of Education and affiliated agencies in northern Nigeria and works with 6 focal states, which include Bauchi, Kano, Kaduna, Kebbi, Zamfara, Sokoto, and Zamfara states. What does it use in its intervention? RANA uses gender-sensitive methodologies materials. 3, community mobilization and involvement. And 4th, sustainable government ownerships. The focus for today on this theme, COVID-19 pandemic, the way forward for out-of-school children, we will briefly look at only one component out of the 4 that RANA is implementing, and that is community mobilization and involvement, because that is the focus. As the pandemic was ravaging the societies, school children were out of school. Before one can really tackle this topic, it is good to give a brief on the base or what was happening before this COVID-19, because the project was ongoing when suddenly this COVID-19 pandemic was experienced. And that is the core that I want to say is a way forward for our out-of-school children. We can't talk and tackle the topic on the spot at its emergency stage unless we have structures on ground. And those structures on ground help Rana to be able to use the technology we are talking about to deliver on its project. There were structures laid, like having ambassadors of reading, because the project is on reading, literacy, and numeracy. Very important to teach our children reading and writing because it's crucial even for their educational development. So in our societies or in our communities, Rana established this kind of structures. One, ambassadors of reading. Ambassadors of reading are people that are opinion leaders. They are the ones that can say and it can be said and can be done, who are respected by everybody in the society. They were selected and they comprise of the emirs or village heads in the community. They were sensitized, they agreed with the program, and then they were decorated publicly for acceptance by all the community to follow what is going on for reading and numeracy for our children in the primary school and more especially in the IQS schools, that is integrated Quranic schools. For the Quranic schools to key into the project, there had to be integration of the core subjects of reading into their curriculum, which they have all agreed to do and are doing in these states that I have mentioned. So apart from the ambassadors, there were also champions of reading established in each community. Champions of reading comprised of retired civil servants, permanent secretaries, or and education in their communities. The next ones were the master trainers. I will want to differentiate the fact that master trainers in this context are not master trainers that are training teachers. No, community master trainers that train even the champions and any other volunteer that will work on education to be able to know their responsibilities as those pursuing the educational system of their children and making sure that reading and writing takes place, that the children are retained in school, that they complete the school. Permit me to say that generally there are other organizations that are put in place and are also even in place now in most of the schools, like the PTAs, the SBMC committees, the Mother Union, which are also established and they are there, comprising of the parents especially the women, the mothers who are always with the children, and see to the fact that they get up on time, take their meals, and are sent to school. So they also form a pressure group to make sure that their wards are there in school. They visit the school, not all of them at the same time, but from time to time spread in the schools in their communities to ensure that children learn. In essence, what I'm saying is that the formation of these groups was a pre-COVID-19 activity. So that when suddenly the pandemic struck, Rana took the opportunity to use what it has to get what it wants. Quickly, they put together their thoughts, critically thought of what to do as the children are at home. During COVID-19, education is community. It's no longer government, it's no longer classroom, but community. And with these structures, it became easy for Rana to establish that the children are not left behind for school. So what did the project do? It made available radio lessons, specifically Darussan Rana. Permit me to say that they were all in Hausa because the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria makes it compulsory and appreciable for us to teach our children in the language of the environment or the mother tongue. Rana upheld that, more so that the states that I have mentioned, the 6 states that I have mentioned, Hausa is the language of the environment. So all the books that were developed by Rana during this time were in Hausa. But that is by the way. But it helped the Quranic schools to be able to imbibe the lessons because they had agreed to integrate and go into lessons that will teach their children literacy, learning how to read and how to write. So lessons were produced and they were being played in radio for the wards. Sensitization took place by the master trainers that were already in place. The parents can now engage their children and help them to follow the lessons at home. Provide a place where they can go, either at the place of the ambassador for reading or the champion of reading or any other person that may be having that radio. And it collaborated with all those radio stations in the community to give them some kind of slots and hours for children to be able to learn. And with the cooperation of these radio stations in the various steps, it was possible. What is it? Is it not technology? Because the structures were there, the radio lessons have been prepared, edited, produced, and they are there. I have given the link to Madam Yemisi if you will want to look at the radio lessons produced by Rana. I will want to say that with this, every community should establish its structures in order to be able to get to the root of the children learning at home. Because all hands are on deck from all corners. The parents can even help with the assignments. They are the ones that will police the children to come during the hour. And it was so beautiful. I will want to say that it became so successful that other states other than the ones I have mentioned were trying to learn from Rana and asking Rana to send in master trainers in those states, for example, my state, Borno State, to be able to teach the children through the radio lessons. And that is how we know it is successful. Right now, the Rana project is rounding up, closing out, maybe around December. But the successes recorded have shown, after we have had a dissemination meeting, that those states that still have local governments with their teachers and their wards not imbibing the methodology of Rana have used the best funds that are available in the states to help replicate what Rana has done and is concluding now. All we want is sustainability. If the system is not working, nobody will want to replicate. And I will want to give the example of Katsina State, for example. There is no state, there is no local government, that has not replicated the methodology of teaching during the COVID-19 by Rana. It implemented it 100%, especially the program that we call Haske. It has not left any child behind, whether in Sangaya school or not. They are free to join in groups and learn. And I tell you, those that have completed the school with Rana are better able to read than those in the formal school. Because it has been tested that many that were mainstreamed from even the Sangaya schools did better because they know how to read and write. We had instances of some parents even telling their wards or children to attend the IQS schools because they know there is a program for implementation of reading so quickly. Thank you very much. I hope we have done justice to the topic by giving a practical example of what to do and the way forward for out-of-school children during the COVID-19. True, there are challenges, but they can always be overcome as we try the system. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Phoebe Michelia. Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive report about the Rana. And while you were speaking, I also just quickly searched on the internet about Rana and was very impressed to see the success stories, especially in the areas where it's been implemented in Katsina and in Zamfara. And thank you, Ma, for the links to the Facebook groups. I encourage everybody in the audience and online to go on and search and learn about some of the things the reading and numeracy activity project of FHI 360 has done. At this point, I'd also like to invite Mr. Philip Aya, representative of Professor Moazu, to please come and give his remarks. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, everyone. I am not Professor Moazu. Actually, he would have loved to be here by himself, but he fell ill. But he said he's with you in spirit. I also want to extend my greetings to the children. Children, how are you doing? So, how have you been studying in school? Okay. Okay, first of all, I would want to appreciate the efforts of Life Builders Initiative. This type of program is not easy. And then subsequently, they've been trying to make efforts in trying to pick up these children from the streets to educate them, which is an elaborate effort. And I want to highly recommend them for doing such. And I will also urge all of us here that this should be a collective effort, not just for Life Builders Initiative alone. They have been seeking assistance from various, it is our collective responsibility, because these kids, as we see them here, they are the leaders of tomorrow. And so if we leave them, what do we expect from them in future? They are going to take up definitely from us. So if we can't train them, training of a child is a human right. It is their constitutional right for them to be educated. So it is our individual effort. It is their right, and we are supposed to give it to them. Having said that, I would want to talk on the role of technology in helping these out-of-school children. You know, during the lockdowns, most of these children were at home. Their parents, most of our parents today, some are not actually trained in teaching, in as much as they might have been educated. They are not, that is not their calling. Most of them, they are just there to help bring up these children. They are not teachers. So you cannot expect them to give these kids 100% of what their teachers will give them in school. In 2009, Boko Haram extremist insurgency erupted in northeast Nigeria, a region characterized by historical political insecurity, conflict and religious crisis on top of already high rates of poverty. Violent attacks by extremists in northern Nigeria have forced more than 2.2 million people to flee their homes, including more than 1 million school-aged children. As the violence erupted, families moved to safer zones, sometimes hundreds of kilometers from their homes. This often resulted into chaos, panic, trauma, loss of lives and properties. This type of development is not limited to the northern part of the country alone, because if you go to places like Lagos and southeastern part of the country, children are also out of school. Predominantly, what has been the cause of all these things? To some extent, in the educational sector, it has been described that the cause of out-of-school children basically has been due to poverty. Each and every parent would want his child to be educated. But most of the times, the reason why they can't afford to send these children to school is as a result of poverty. If you move even within the Abuja axis here, we all know that we see cases, we see almajiris moving and begging. You don't expect these children to go to school when they are hungry, when they are on empty stomachs. And as I can see, Life Builders initiatives, when they first started, these were some of the things they like inculcated. They first of all started it. They tried giving these children few free meals so that it will motivate them to come the next day to come and study. Now I will talk a little bit about digital technology. In our modern society today, we are all seated here. Each and every one of us have either a phone, an Android phone, an iPhone. We all use these things to study and learn. Now, how do we inculcate these things to help teach these little ones here? Because it is needed for their education. Without this, we will be left out. It has been found that why digital technology has continued to be instrumental as an access for learning. This is sometimes confused with online learning or e-learning, but this encompasses the aforementioned concepts. Wikipedia 2020 describes a digital learning strategy to include any of or a combination of the following: adaptive learning, badging and gamification, classroom technologies, e-textbooks, learning analytics, learning objects, mobile learning, which includes mobile phones, laptops, computers, iPads, personalized learning, open educational resources. And I would like to talk a little bit about these open educational resources, because it has been a source of not just learning for teachers alone. It is a source of learning for anybody who can afford to go to school. If you go to their site, that is the open educational resources, you will find a lot of resources for you, irrespective of anything you want to do. You can find, in fact, there are some sources whereby you can even get certificated if you are able to like keep to those, learn and complete those educational resources. Top among this group is mobile learning, which involves the use of mobile phones and laptops to learn. This device consists of mobile apps which enables learning in literacy, numeracy, and thinking skills. You know, technology has two aspects. We have the hardware and the software. The hardware aspects of these digital technologies includes, let me limit them to our phones and laptops, which have been common. Now, the software part of these digital technologies include other learning aspects, such as, I know every one of you is aware of Google, YouTube. If you go to these two softwares, you'll find a lot of learning resources. But as you can see, these little ones don't know how to use them. Some might know, but some don't know how to apply them. There are also some negative implication of all these YouTube channels and the rest of them, or if you allow them to them alone. They go on surfing on other things which does not involve education, which may likely take them off what these things are created for. And that is why in our society today, we have the rampant things in our society today. They go into things like Yahoo, and the rest of them. But these things are created for these younger ones to help to assist them to learn from them. But they need the assistance and the guidance of both parents and teachers. And so we cannot leave the education or the training of these children to themselves. It is our sole responsibility to assist them, to guide them, and to make sure they use them right. You know, most of the time, what make these things to be in such a way is that our teachers, sorry to say this, I'm not insulting, but our teachers don't know how to use these things themselves. And then it becomes a challenge to them. So, because if you can't use a particular software, how will you teach a child to learn? So it becomes very difficult. So in this 21st century, it is our responsibility to be up to date. Up to date. There are trainings. A lot of organizations have been bringing out trainings, like the previous speaker just said about RENA. We have. I was talking about open educational resources, and we have. There are a lot of sources that we can use to update our knowledge regularly that concerns technology. And if we are updated, if we have the knowledge, we'll be able to guide these younger ones to follow the right path. Digital technology can help boost the role of teachers rather than just communicating knowledge. They can become co-creators of knowledge, coaches, mentors, and evaluators. As the capacity to innovate is becoming a key driver to economic and social development, schools and children need new and fast skills to learn fast and adapt to changes. The best possible use of what digital technology has to offer. According to Esther 2020, bringing up and educating children in a digitalized environment has become far more recently due to school closures around the world. In a world that demands more and more from parents, the primary and first most impacting educators should use to support and find their own path and make education institutions fully accountable, while ensuring us all that there is not only one right path. Irrespective of attaining digital tech, digital divide in technology has been a limiting barrier. This digital divide simply means is the difference between people who can access technology and people who don't have access to these technologies. For instance, now, if you ask these children sitting here, how many of them have access to Android phones, iPads, and the rest of them to study at home? It is very difficult because on the average, the least amount you can get an Android phone should go for nothing less than 25,000 and above. How do parents afford these devices to help train these children with? So the problem of one of the major problem of using digital technology is as a result of poverty per se. And so if parents can afford to get these devices to train their children, it will help them a lot. Bridging the gap in the digital divide involves creating, providing, and training teachers and kids how to use ICT for teaching and learning. Can only be possible if teachers cooperate and are willing to use these tools. Similarly, due to the recession, due to COVID-19, this recession has affected a lot of people. This recession has affected the government. And so it has not been easy. You know, there are lots of problems accompanying this gap. For instance, the parents may be able to buy these digital equipments to help train these children. But then we also have a challenge of poor electric supply. At the end of the day, the highest an Android phone can last is less than 24 hours. And then we don't even have a constant electric supply to help, charge this so that these children can keep on learning and studying. Finally, I would want to appreciate Life Builders Initiative, who have brought up this program to help pick up these children from the street and educate them. Professor Mwazu said subsequently he will be in all your programs. You should keep on updating him about these programs and he will join you subsequently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very interesting talk by Mr. Philip Aya, representative of Professor Moazu. I'd also like to quickly mention, while you were speaking, you made a very important point that sometimes the technology available needs to be learned by also the teachers. So Life Builders has done a lot of community-based technology learning. And even recently during the pandemic, as we alluded to, we spoke about it yesterday, and I'm sure even in the next panel at some point we'll have pictures of Camp David, where you'd see the students learning using technology. But we also do train the trainers and train the teachers so that the teachers are also versed in the technology so that they can adapt this for the children. And the reason we do this is because not only are we preparing the children for now by giving them an education, but we're preparing them for the future by teaching them how to use these technology tools. And the teachers who are teaching them need to also be aware of the tools available for them, so that way we make sure, and I don't know if we can have some of the pictures loaded in the background so we can also view the pictures as we go on. But once again, I'd like to thank my fellow panelists today, Mrs. Phoebe Michela, representing Dr. Mikhailu, and Mr. Philip Aya, representing Professor Moazu. If there's any question from the audience, we can take one question while we also load the pictures. Otherwise, I'd like to hand over the mic to the show's host. Thank you very much. Do we have
Thank
any?
you very much. Mine is not a question. It's just a contribution to what the panel is doing. My name is Adeniro S.A. from Ogun State Universal Basic Education Board. My contribution goes thus. In Ogun State, what we have done in the case of community efforts at ensuring that we have children have access to education is to, in a way, divide the kind of communities that we have into two. We have one is called underserved communities, while the other one is called new communities. You will discover that new communities are springing up on daily basis, and without educational facilities to match what the communities are doing. And so that kind of community is encouraged to start community schools for some time, and later on government will now take over the full running of those schools. Then in underserved communities, they already have educational facilities, but they are overstretched in a way. So we encourage them to have annex schools. Find buildings where we can depopulate the main school and start what we call annex school. That annex school now, as time goes on, will also be taken over by government and becomes a full-fledged school. Then I want to let us know that in the course of this, the state government at a point in 2019 absorbed 28 community schools to become government-owned after they have been run by communities for some time. So that is a very good one for the communities. And in absorbing the schools, they also absorbed the 575 PTA teachers that were hitherto being paid by the communities. Now, in terms of during lockdown, Ogun State was one of the first states that responded by using technology to reach out to our learners. There is what we call Ogun DG class. It's a very famous one. It ran all through the lockdown period, Ogun DG class. And when it started, the aim was to reach out to so many students. But later we found out that those in the rural areas are not really getting the best of it. So government now encourage the CDAs, Community Development Associations, and school-based management committee to assist in ensuring that those children in rural areas also have access to education. We are also training our teachers using technology so that they can also pass the same to our children. These are some of the things that were done in Ogun State in terms of technology and community-based efforts in ensuring access to learning and reduction of out-of-school children. Thank you so much.
Mr. Fowler,
Thank you very much. It's definitely very laudable efforts being carried out in Ogun State. I think at this point, this brings us to the end of panel 3. I'd like to once again thank my fellow panelists. Please invite you to give them a round of applause. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. MC.
The chair, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Let me say that I deliberately refused to contribute since yesterday to today on this issue because I had wanted to listen to the opinion and the views of others in respect to this system of education before I will talk. My name is Dr. Aremia Omalemiabo. I am from the National Teachers Institute, Kaduna. I am also from Sokoto State. So I consider myself as part of this system and also an insider when it comes to the issue of Al-Majri system of education. When the chairman was talking about going to Gusau and Sokoto, my home state, to interview the malams about the parents of these children, I was about to talk to him personally. That has he ever taken his time to go to the villages and remote areas where these Al-Majri normally come from? When a representative also Human Rights Commission was talking about the rights and collaboration about the this NGO to talk about the rights, I was about to tell her that she has so many rights to talk about. I happened to attend this system of education. I was also a product of this system of education. The Al-Majri system of education is a tradition. During our days, it was a very classical system. We don't beg, We attend the schools with malams. It is being funded by the community, the society, and the AMS themselves, fully funded. We have our own system of funding it, and it has its own established tenets of doing it. During our days, when you enter the school, your parents will normally support the malams with the fund produced, and from time to time, the teachers are being motivated. For instance, on the day of your admission, your father may decide to give a measure of grain, a granite, whatever he has, and give you to go to the school, give it to Malan, and you are admitted in that school. The Malan will now use it to feed himself and his family. And there are systems whereby the more you read the Quran, the more you reach some levels, there are some motivations. Like, let me tell you, when you started the system, when you reach a level we call Kaswa in Hausa, that is a period where you will be celebrated that you can now recognize the alphabet of Arabic language. Because I could recall in those days when you are admitted in that school, you will start from identification of Arabic alphabet. And that is when your parents will now have to cook maybe a beans, raw beans. It's a culture. Or they have to buy akara and bring to the school for the mother and the children to share collectively. So you find out that in a day, maybe 3 people, 4 people, or 5 people will reach that level. And they have to bring that one. So this is kind of a situation where the mother will feed himself. He will also use some part of it to feed his family. And other students that have not reached that level will also benefit from that cake or from that things. This is how it continues until you have finished all the system. We don't go to bed. We don't travel anywhere. And that's when you complete the Quran system, and you also continue with what we call Sanim Baki, or Takarali, or whatever. But now, if you look at this system, that's why I always say Al-Majri system is a system which I can describe as the more you see, the less you understand. It is, to me, a product of system failure. If you care to go to most of these villages and remote areas, you find out that they have no alternative. They are left, sorry please, I don't know. I just want to, I refused to talk yesterday, so also today. I just want to bring some of the sources or some of the causes of this problem, which I believe it can help us solve this problem. I am part of the system. I am pro Sokoto, and I know how this system operates, and I know the root causes of this problem. So I want to share my experience with you, please. I'm very sorry. If you look at it, these people are left with nothing at all in their villages. No access to even feed a road. Some of them, if they will tell you how they travel to come to cities to earn a living, you'll be very surprised. They have to trek from their remote villages to some villages where they will now take bike and come to some local government headquarters where they will also take maybe get a motorcycle or a vehicle to transport them to cities. So when she was talking about that during farming season, these children will no longer be around. Yes, they will go to their various villages, they will farm, and most of the system they are practicing is what we call successful farming. What they produce in their farms cannot sustain them to live for the whole year. So when they farm, they will stay and be eating their farm produce. You don't see them. Immediately the farm produce has finished, they are left with nothing. All the matured people will now come back to city. That's why some of them you will see them, we call that one Tirani. It's a tradition. All their fathers will come to places like Lagos, Abuja, doing watchmen and other things to sustain their lives. And the children will now be asked to go for this Al-Majri system of education. So when they will go there to sustain their lives and also to study. But this system is what they value, is what they know. So they forced and said that whatever you are doing, make sure that you learn Quranic education. So they are coming out by force. If they are staying there, what are they going to eat? And if you look at the present situation now, they are being forced by bandits. They are being forced by a lot of challenges. They cannot even cultivate now. So they have to come to the city. When they come to the city, the only thing they know is this Al-Majri System education. That's only knowledge they have. That's only knowledge they want to learn. They prepare it to any other type of knowledge. If you go to their villages, even if schools were built for them, those schools are not functional. Take your time and visit most of these remote areas and see the schools being built for them by the Basic Education Commission or Basic Education whatever. Do they even have good teachers to take care of them? Do they give facilities for those schools? Are there adequate teachers? Do they have access to water? Do they have access to health? Do they have whatever? So it's like they are totally neglected. They are left on their own destiny. So they are being forced to come out and survive. And the only way for them to survive is to come to the cities and start begging. Even if they stay in their various remote areas, they'll have to die with hunger and poverty. I happen to work for an NGO under UNICEF, under Girls Education Project. I think they call it Girls Education Project 1. Just GEP 1 or GEP 2. When UNICEF was given a kind of stipend for the mothers to engage themselves in some services or some business so that they can allow their children to go to school. Do you know that you will produce something to sell? Nobody will patronize your products in that village because of the abject poverty. You will give up big money to produce oli. You produce that oli. People will come begging that oli from you. Please assist me. They don't have money to buy that oli from you. This is how these people are living. So this is the reason why they are coming out. So I want to urge the civil organizations and the society to find out, to extend their search to the root cause of this problem. If you continue to go to Sokoto capital and Gusau to take care of this Al-Majri, expect more of this Al-Majri coming looking for your support and your contribution. But go there and find out what are the root causes. And the human rights, go there and fight for their rights. Almost all their rights are being denied. They are neglected. They are left with their understanding. So these are some of the root causes of this problem. And if I may want to suggest, no, it's time, sir. So let me rest my case here. Maybe later in the afternoon I will still talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
My friend, Dr. Mikhail, is there. Your friend, my friend, is there, nodding to what you are saying. So as you are saying, he's telling me he's speaking my mind. So it's okay. I truly, our Friday, many of us are going to the mosque at 2 o'clock. So we need to get out so that we don't disturb the conference. So I just quickly want to call Pro-Life for just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes. And then we go to the next and final session. And then we have a lot of time to talk. We will engage on poverty is the problem. Please come. Poverty is the problem, but we are here to find a solution to the problem.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Happy Children's Day to the kids. Hope you guys are learning very well, and I believe no matter the challenges, you are going to surpass it by the grace of God. Let me stand on the existing protocol. Pro-Life, Pro-Family is an NGO supporting LBI, and we believe only LBI cannot achieve this. And this is a very laudable project we all have to support. So we encourage other local NGOs that are coming up to partner with LBI to support them and push. Because in 2019, There is a research in Rwanda that said 10.5 million out-of-school children have grown to 13.2 million. And in every 5 out-of-school children, we have 1 in Nigeria. So this is a slap on our face. We cannot continue to cosmetic the issue. Is beyond what we are looking at. And as a Muslim, let me just digress, I have just 5 minutes. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, if knowledge is as far as China, you must seek for it. And I want to ask a question, because this Almajiri system exists mostly in the northern part of the country. And most of the people that you see there are Muslims. Unfortunately, I'm a Muslim. And you hardly see Christians. So I believe, sir, I'm talking to you, LBI, I believe we should have a program that you train the trainer. The trainer are the ustas, they are the alfas. The perception they are putting the religion is what is making it difficult for federal government, for state government, for local government to achieve anything. If we did not address these alfas and let them understand what the Quran said is not what they are teaching, we will continue to flog this issue over and over. We have Christians in the north, but I've never met any Moses. I've never met any Joshua on the road. I always see Muhammad, Ibrahim, so we should stop this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And then quickly, Mrs. Patience Samuel, I'd like to take your goodwill message now. She is the CAO, Chief Admin Officer, National Library of Nigeria, and she's representing the Chief Librarian. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for her as she comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Children's Day. Happy Children's Day. Congratulations. And like he has earlier said, I'm Mrs. Samuel Patience from the National Library of Nigeria. I'm here to represent the National Librarian CEO. He is unavoidably absent. He said I should tell you that he's very delighted with what LBI is doing. He's very, very delighted. And he also said I should tell you what the National Library stands for. Readership advocacy is our duty. This is one of the magazines produced by the National Library. And one of our mandates is to promote readership, reading culture. We are to promote reading culture amongst Nigerians. Fine, you have established schools for the children, schools without walls, but there should be an encouragement. There should be encouragement from parents, from the National Library of Nigeria, from teachers. And the National Library of Nigeria has been promoted or has been promoting reading culture amongst Nigeria since 1964. Recently, we started 4 years ago to do readership promotion campaign in the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory. Our mandate is to promote reading culture in Nigeria. Permit me to say that to remind you that the National Library of Nigeria is the nation's apex library. There are so many libraries, but the National Library is the apex. And I also want to let you know that readership promotion campaign is an annual event. I don't know if anybody has experienced or witnessed any of the readership campaigns in any of the country, in any of the states of Nigeria. So it is annually carried out by the National Library of Nigeria as part of her statutory obligations. I also want us to let us know that they need to revive and sustain the culture. The reading culture amongst Nigerians can never be overemphasized in view of the fact that a reading nation is a progressive and powerful nation. It is said that information is power and information can only be obtained by reading, which translates to knowledge and experience. Thank you very much. I also let you know that during the pandemic, we planned to do the leadership promotion campaign online, which will soon happen. You will experience this through radio talk shows and television programs. He said I should tell you that he wish you well. Also partner with you, sir.
Please sit down. Please, a round of applause for her. I'm cutting. I'm sorry for breaking protocol, but she's still going to have, she's a panelist, and she's still going to say more during the panel session. So she has said the National Librarian said she should greet us. Thank you very much, ma'am. You still have the time on the panel to say more than what to say. So I'm just going to go ahead and call the panelists here. Please give me the honor. I want to do this myself because it is not a joke to have the DG CEO of NITDA send a representative to this organization. So I want to do, not as if any other person here is less important, but I personally want to welcome for, that is the name I cannot miss because Tambuwal used to be a very popular name. So please welcome Dr. A.Y. Tambuwal, representing the DG NITDA on the panel 4. And then online is Mrs. Ayodele Olowe, also on this panel 4. You're welcome, sir. And then we have also online, she's already here. Also online is Ifema Garuba, who is going to be anchoring this session. So please, I'm going to hand over to Ifema now, and then she'll take it off from here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, fellow panelists, Dr. Tambuwal, Mrs. Patience Samuel, Mrs. Ayodele Olowe. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I will go off video very shortly because I don't want to disrupt the flow of events. And welcome to session 4, to discussion topic 4, which is on technology for support for home-based learning. Before we go into the discussions and I start asking questions to the panelists, I just wanted to give a brief introduction. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic hit us and took us by surprise. We've been talking about this since yesterday. During that time, this forced us to rethink we are operating in almost every aspect of our lives, including how we're providing access to education and the way and the manner in which we are actually teaching our children. And we're happy International Children's Day to all the children that are sitting out in the audience out there. As an example of what we're going to be discussing today, hello, can you hear me? Just wanted to check that people can hear me. You can't hear me so well. Okay, so let me start this. Let me get an earpiece and see if it sounds better. Please let me know. Do I sound better now?
So do you say I should not? Yes. You sound better.
Does it sound better now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so let me just start all over again. Apologies for that. Thanks to technology and thanks to COVID-19 for the restrictions that we have so far in the way we mingle. Like I was saying, COVID-19, the pandemic has forced us to rethink the way we are doing things globally around the world, be it in our personal lives, in the education sector, like we're going to be discussing today, and in our official life as well. I'm going to now go into the main topic for today. I don't know if you heard me the last time when I said it. The discussion topic for today is technology support for home-based learning. And before I go into asking my fellow panelists a few questions, I would start by trying to give an example of something that we're talking about today. My sister, her name is Uchenna, she has cerebral palsy. And during the period of this pandemic, she teaches in the school for special children in Jos Plateau State. And over the course of the lockdown of the schools, all the children were at home. And as you know, after keeping children at home for about a month or two, they tend to forget what they're learning. But with children who have multiple disabilities and special needs, it's even more difficult. So she came up with this innovative way of doing it. A lot of the parents are very dependent on the teachers to ensure the kids are on track, and also they need a daily routine, particularly for those who are autistic. They need a daily routine to keep them busy all the time, and if that routine is broken, then it disrupts them completely. So she came up with this idea that instead of just having the kids stay at home and losing all the progress they had made over the past months, that she would start teaching the parents of the children how to take care of these kids at home, what exactly they were doing in school. But she was going to use a new medium, which was the telephone, to do this. And this was a very innovative idea, and it has worked so far. And even now that the kids are back in school, the parents have learned some skills and are able to teach the children and carry them further. So after that example, now I'm going to go straight to the representative of NITDA, Dr. Tambawal. Am I right? Yes, Dr. Tambawal. I will go straight to you now. Your institution is technology driven. So what examples can you give us about how technology can lift or drive or make home-based learning even better than it is now?
Thank you very much, Ifoma, for the intro. So first of all, I would like to stand on the existing protocols established. My name is Dr. Ahmed Tambuwal, and I'm representing the Director General of NITDA, Mr. Kashifu Inwa Abdullahi, CIEE. Whenever I see school children, I'm always very excited, because when you are a child, you are so intelligent. You are able to learn anything. You know, at this age, whatever you are taught, you always learn it. So you are actually very lucky to be in school, seeing that we have so many children in Nigeria who are not able to go to school. But every child should really be in school. So home learning, so I'm here to really talk about technology support for home learning from the perspective of the federal government. So first of all, we need to understand, why do people learn at home? So you know, there are so many reasons that people learn from home. The first obvious reason is people who can't go to school for several reasons. Some, they don't have access. Some, they just can't afford it. And some, it may be due to culture or some other reasons. As we have seen recently, there are also other reasons, like COVID-19, which the world has never experienced before, actually prevented so many people, almost everyone, from going to school for such a long time. So at NITDA, or in general, when you look at the problem of home learning, you can look at it from at least 3 or 4 different aspects. So to learn from home, you need, again, access. So to get access, you need a computing device. So this can be a computer, laptop, tablet, or any other form of computing-based device. So you also need to have this learning content being provided online. Then you also need to have internet access. So because the content is going to be provided via the internet. And very importantly, you also need digital skills. So, I mean, you can have the computer, the content, the internet, but you don't have the skills to really start learning from home. So, I mean, these are 4 different things that you need to look at from the technology perspective. So, from the aspect of, access, NITDA does a lot in this area. So we have, because NITDA is a federal government agency that normally, intervenes through what we call intervention projects. So NITDA does a lot of intervention projects to enable access to learning. So we have a particular project that we call community e-learning centers. So these are e-learning centers that are community-based, and these are made available all across Nigeria. I mean, there's no state in Nigeria that you will go and you won't see NITDA community e-learning centers. So these centers are built. We also make available computers in these centers, and we also make available e-learning materials so that any out-of-school child within that community has the right to access those centers and start learning. So during the establishment of these centers, we also train local people who are actually going to manage the centers, train others as well. So this is one of the ways that we provide access to out-of-school youth. So like I mentioned earlier, the skills aspect is very important as well. So we have so many training programs that we do, which are targeted at, out-of-school youths and artisans. So basically, vocational trainings, non-formal trainings. So these trainings, we start really from basic literacy. So basic digital literacy, to teach these children what a computer is, what this computer can be used for, how you go online safely, how you learn online and access materials, and so on and so forth. So once they have this digital skills training, we also train them in a particular aspect that they can actually build on to establish a job or a business for themselves and other members of the community. We have several, which because of time, I won't go into the details, but there are so many training programs that we do all across the country. So, apart from the training, we also make available these computer-based devices to these participants who are trained, so that after the training, they continue to have access to these computers, they continue to have internet access, and so on. Just to conclude on this, we also provide enabling environment, because the government cannot do these things alone. So we provide the environment that will encourage or incentivize people from the private sector, from NGOs, and so on, to come and also contribute in this area of making sure that not only school children, but all children, those in school, those that are out of school, and those that are engaged in some vocational jobs, that all these people are trained and also given access to computers. So, these are really some of the ways that we at NITDA, we sort of provide technology support for home-based learning. Before I conclude, I really want to appreciate Life Builders Initiative, because as I was watching the screen earlier, I saw a comment from one of the participants that this has been, consistently being done for the past 7 years. Because with any initiative, starting is the easy part, but really sustaining it and being consistent. So that is what is difficult, and that is what really matters. So on behalf of the DG, I really want to appreciate Life Builders Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tambuwal. Now, moving from the enabling environment to actually practicalizing some of the things that he has talked about, I would be asking my next question will be to the Chief Admin Officer of the National Library. Madam, if you would like to sit where you are, if that is fine. If it's not, you have to go to the podium. Then please, could you just give us a little taste of what it is that the National Library is doing in terms of its readership advocacy and how this would actually help home-based learning in relation to what technology can do for us. I know that the National Library has been around for quite a number of years, but it'll be nice to know what you're doing in terms of advancing your readership advocacy using technology and how this will help home-based learning.
Thank you, ma'am. If I heard you clearly.
Yes.
The National Library, as I earlier said, one of the mandates is to promote reading culture amongst Nigerians, all and sundry, both children, artisans, parents, all and sundry. That is one of our mandates. Like I said, readership promotion campaign started right from when the National Library of Nigeria was established in 1964. Before the assumption of, the Chief National Librarian, the National Librarian Chief Executive Officer was employed into the National Library, Professor Larry Aino. The readership promotion campaign was carried out in only the 6 geopolitical zones. But as soon as he took over the mantle of the CEO of the National Library, he deemed it fit to make sure that the readership promotion campaign takes place in all the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, like I earlier told you. Now, for the past 4 years, the readership promotion campaign has been going on successfully. We've taken the readership promotion campaign to the community, to the grassroots. We did that last year. We took the readership promotion campaign to the prisons, which is now called the correctional centers. We took it to maternity homes, because there is a saying that by the psychologists, they say children or babies, you can read to unborn children. I don't know how many psychologists we have here. I stand to be corrected. So we also took the readership promotion campaign to maternity homes in different states of the Federation. We equally took it to motor parks. We believe that if passengers are on the road, they should not while away their time sleeping. They should not while away their time gisting. They should be reading. We are trying to inculcate reading habits, good reading habits amongst Nigerians. I also want to say that parents and teachers are encouraged. We encourage parents a lot to teach children how to read. Let them begin to read from no matter how little their age are. Let the children be taught how to read. And with good reading habits, a child will grow up to become somebody that the nation, the LIB has done now. They have established a school like other schools. They've established a school. Now it's not just establishing the school that matters. These children also need somebody that will encourage them. The federal government of Nigeria, to be precise, Ministry of Education, has been funding this readership promotion campaign. And the National Library is ready to take it to the grassroots any day, anytime. And if I may say, we can equally partner with LIB in the area of book donations. The LIB will make requests, and their requests will be taken care of. As I speak, all the correctional centers in Nigeria, at least one correctional center in a state, are entitled to books worth 50,000 naira. And these ones, because we understand that some of the inmates in the correctional centers, they do read, they do write exams, they do pass their exams through reading, and most of them have even become master degree holders right in the prison. So the mandate of the National Library of Nigeria is to encourage reading, because we believe that reading makes a nation. If you don't read, progress will be far from us. And the National Library of Nigeria is not going to be part of that retrogressive state. That is why we encourage every one of us to read. As we speak, my CEO is somewhere else, trying to make the readership promotion campaign for this year a success. This time around, we are going to go online because of the COVID-19. The RPC was programmed during the COVID-19 period, but we couldn't carry it out during that period because of some factors. But now, as we speak, progress is ongoing concerning taking readership promotion campaign online, such as radio talk shows. Radio talk shows will be carried out in all the 36 states of the nation, including Abuja. We'll be talking about reading. We'll be talking about trying to encourage people to read. And because if you read, the nation will be successful. Apart from the radio talk show, we also plan to do documentaries. For example, there's an inmate that was released after 27 years of imprisonment. I was in Enugu last week. He was interviewed. Such a person will, a documentary will be carried out on him. He will be interviewed by channels, either channels or the NTA. So we are taking readership to another level. We are not going to do it physically this time around, but we are going to do it online. We are going to do it through the media, television, and the TV show.
Thank you very much.
And the radio talk show, rather.
Thank you very much.
We are going to add Rana. Rana is going to be part of us. We are going to be partnering with Rana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Samuel. Now over to our host, Life Builders Initiative, Mrs. Ayodele Olowe. I just to quickly ask you what Life Builders Initiative is doing in this area. What are some of the innovative things that you've done recently, given the COVID-19 pandemic, and some of the things that have worked for you in terms of using technology to promote home-based learning? Over to you. You're muted, Ayo. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very
Good
much.
afternoon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And good afternoon to the members of of those attending the conference. It's a great opportunity to be here to speak to you and have your time for this afternoon. So you asked, what has Life Builders been doing regards the home learning, home-based learning? When the onset of COVID-19, we had an issue. We couldn't convey like with the schools without walls. We couldn't convey like we're used to. And to mitigate those, we had to go towards technology. So we started trainings on teaching the children the skills, giving them the skills which will help them to learn on their own. Because we couldn't gather as a unit, we had to make sure that they did not lose out on what is going on with the world. The whole world, most private individuals have laptops, have tablets, and have mobile technologies where they can help themselves and their families at home. But you find out that most of the children in our schools are from disadvantaged backgrounds. And because they're from disadvantaged backgrounds, they cannot afford, instead of getting a tablet or a tablet or a savvy technology, they would rather buy food and other necessities. So instead of that, we, through our partners, got together and got technology, got laptops, and got a lot of tools to give them the skills to learn on their own. And we did trainings for them. First of all, we trained the teachers because we need the teachers to know what they are doing to pass on the information. So we had training sessions for the teachers to know, to help them to understand this technology. After which, gradually we had sessions of training the children on a daily basis, having members of the Life Builders, students of Life Builders, and other members of the community. So we did not limit it to only students that were in our community, but others, people from outside as well. In the same vein, we encourage the parents, we engage with the community leaders and told them the reasons why we need these children to come. Because sometimes you find that when they are not in school, they might be involved in various activities, and the parents might want to say, since they are home, they should do other things. But instead of we engage with the community leader, I encourage them to say, parents, please send your children because we are giving them the skills to make them individuals that can stand on their own in the future. So now if you call most of the students, they can go on Google by themselves and search a topic, which is a huge gain for us as Life Builders. We feel confident that we have trained a crop of students that are independent when it comes to technology, so they're not left behind with the world, especially with the fourth industrial revolution. The world is going fast, so we cannot afford to have our children left behind. So that is what we've been doing basically during this pandemic.
Okay, thanks. I just want to ask a follow-on question to
Yes,
what I
please.
asked you now. I know that whenever we talk about technology, people immediately talk about the computer, we talk about the internet, but I know that during at the height of the COVID lockdown, the federal
Yes.
government and the FCT government decided to promote learning via the radio and television. And I was just wondering if Life Builders Initiative took advantage of what was going on at that point, because I know that there were a few lessons that were done on radio for different people, and if you were aware of this, and if you took advantage of this in any way.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Yes, we worked hand in hand in the sense that for the lessons on the TV and radio, those are parts of things that we cannot control. It's the government that controls that. So what we could do was to encourage them to be part of it, because
Okay.
it's beyond our scope. So we encourage them to be part of it. But the things that we could control is teaching them, giving them the skills. So we got our partners to get involved, to get as much, because with the COVID, there's limited how many people can use a laptop or how many people can use a device. So
Of course.
to maintain our standards, we got our partners to partner with us to get as many computers as possible so we can reach as many people. So we had shifts. We still have shifts of people coming from all day, sets of people shift coming and learning and going to maintain the pandemic rules as well as giving them the
Okay.
skills. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to go back to Mrs. Samuel now. Mrs. Samuel, just a follow-on question to what you had already briefed us on quickly. The National Library, are you looking into digitalizing your books and getting these more accessible to people? Because people going into physical spaces now is a bit not just with the COVID, but given the way the world is moving, a lot of people would rather not just go to the library physically, but or read physical books. Are you looking into making digital books available to organizations like Life Builders Initiative or other organizations that will want to encourage the culture of reading and also promote this, of course, at home, even with parents, so that they're able to teach their kids? Since there are so many devices that you can use now, you can use your telephone, you can use the radio, like we've said, and you have audiobooks as well. Is it something that you're promoting within the National Library? Over.
Please, I'll need you to get me,
No.
straight to
Okay.
me. I didn't hear,
Okay.
I didn't hear
Did
you
you
well.
hear me? Okay, you can't hear me very well. My question is, what is the National Library doing in terms of digitizing books and making these more accessible to people who cannot get physical books? Like, for instance, Life Builders Initiative, get into their schools, if they're using computers or using telephones, is this something that the National Library is looking at doing?
Yes. The National Library has commenced that. If you go to the different states where the National Library exists, that's our branches, we have e-learning, or we have e-sections, we have the ICT sections in almost all of them. We are looking forward to, the digitization has already started. We are still working on it, but it has started in most of the states. For instance, for now we have about 6 states left to, for National Library to take over. But for the ones that are already on ground, we have ICT centers there. For example, the one in Area 2, which is in Abuja here, we have in Calabar, we have in Imo State, and we have in, just name the states that National Library exists now, we have them. So we are very, very in tune, or we are working towards, doing things that is already, people are trying to do, wanting to follow up this, the saying that what is it called, the ICT is a global world. We want to make reading a thing that it will be easy for people to, to access. Like, for instance, one of our mission is to acquire, to process, organize, and disseminate, as well as provide links to information resources to all Nigerians for their educational pursuits and for informed decision making. So whatever will make whatever will make people to access information easily, just like the ICT, which the whole world is doing now, we are ready and we have even started. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. And Dr. Tambawal, the final question goes to you now. I know your your agency doesn't just provide access and the enabling environment. You're the regulatory agency for information technology in Nigeria. So this was already alluded to in the last panel, but just to get a clear understanding from you on how we can keep digital learning platforms safe, especially for those of us who are studying at home. Over.
Thank you very much. So if I got your question correctly, you asked how will we keep the digital platforms safe?
Yes, yes, that's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. So like I said earlier, NIDA is a government agency, and we sort of are the regulators of ICT in Nigeria. We have so many regulatory policies that help with this. We have the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, NDPR. It has a number of things that it prevents against. It doesn't allow sharing of data of Nigerians indiscriminately. So for example, if your organization handles data of citizens, then really there are a number of things that NDPR makes sure that you are doing right to prevent cyber crimes, which basically happen when private data of citizens are obtained. So apart from that, we also have the cloud computing policy, which also regulates how data is kept on the cloud and how organizations basically make use of cloud computing technology. So we have a lot of regulatory instruments which we use to make sure that Nigerians are safe when they use the internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of the panel discussion. We will open up for, okay. Before we go into the questions and open it up for discussion, since we have you here, Nita, would you be, will Life Builders Initiative be expecting some kind of partnership with you? And would you be able to fund the production of an open source material for Life Builders Initiative, for instance?
So again, let me repeat. Did you ask if we will be able to fund initiatives?
Or, yes, fund initiatives.
Okay. So again, one thing with being a regulator is that you also have to be sort of fair and sort of impartial. So yeah, we can fund projects, but normally we do this in the form of partnerships. So all the time, different organizations, they come to NITDA with proposals that maybe they have a project that aims to deliver training, or like you said, some access to these materials, and you have a plan. So you can sort of present this to NITDA, and in some cases, NITDA partners with organizations to make sure that the project is successful. So yeah, it's something that can be done if it is done in the right way.
Okay, fantastic. So Life Builders Initiative, we're listening and we will follow through with that. Thank you very much.
I am sure that the DG of NIDA will be happy to host you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. We have now come to the end of the panel discussion, but we'll open up the floor now for questions from the floor. Any questions from the floor? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's been an
Kindly introduce yourself. Oh, who's that? Oh, is it Dr. David? I didn't even see your face there. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Dr. Olatunji David. I work for Life Builders Initiative. Now, my question is a question and a comment. A question because it's a question, and a comment because it's our experience. Most of the things the panelists have spoken about, there's an assumption that the student can afford a radio. That is, if there's a radio production. That if there's an online material, that the student or the parents can afford it. But in the community where we work, where Life Builder works, and in the community where I have visited, actually we did a research, and we found out that about 85 to 27% of the children don't have a radio in their house. So if we, like Ace said yesterday, if there's a radio program, 85% don't have access to it. We found out that 97% of the children that in the communities where we work, not only in Area 1, I'm talking of Area 1 in Kuchingoro, in Orozo, in Peggy, where we find that 96% of them don't have access to computer. So when there is an online material, they don't have access to it. Now, my big question and concern is that how do we carry along this category of learners? Because now we are looking at dealing with the poor people. I'm sorry, I don't like to use that word. Let me say underserved. We are looking at dealing with the underserved. Like when I was in Zamfara, I saw about almost 600, 350 in one place, 300 in one place, almost 1,000 children who don't even know what a radio looks like, except from the seat in the hand of other people. And I'm talking of Guzo town in the capital. I was in several places. Now, how do you carry along these Nigerians who falls in this category in all this our conversation going forward? That is my question and conversation.
Thank you, sir. Which of the panelists would like to take this? Nita, would you like to take a first shot?
Okay, thank you very much. So, like I said during my earlier presentation, at NITDA, we recognize this problem that you have mentioned, and we know how difficult it will be for, say, to provide computers or individual devices to all Nigerians. So what we do is what we call community e-learning centers. So we really go to underserved communities all across Nigeria, communities that maybe their access to the urban areas is a bit not very good. So we build community centers. So these centers, they belong to the whole community. They don't belong to any person. So we build these communities. We sort of make computers available in these communities. We put e-learning materials also. And also we make internet access. So we provide internet access for these centers. And then we train local people on all the necessary digital skills needed to manage these centers, with the hope that they are going to do they are going to train other members of the community, so that any member of the community can walk into these centers and be trained. So sometimes we allow them to have token businesses using the centers, so that in the long run, they can manage the centers by themselves. So these community centers can be used by everyone in that community. So this is the method that we use at NITDA to address this particular problem. Because, I mean, at the moment, it's not going to be easy. Let me don't say it's not impossible, but it will not be easy to make available these computers or other facilities to all Nigerians at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I also see an opportunity here for even deeper collaboration between Life Builders Initiative and NITDA, taking this conversation further than this place and seeing how we're able to actually use your community centers and see how Life Builders Initiative will be able to be more come up with innovative ways, knowing what they're doing on ground and also giving you information that will help to solidify what you're doing there as well. So I already see the partnership brewing and I see the conversation already starting, and which will be taken further than this place.
So I will be waiting for you at NITDA to come up with your proposal, and we will be very happy to partner with you. I assure you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the commitment. Thank you so much. Any other question from the floor, please? Or comments? If we do not have any,
There's one more comment.
Good afternoon. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ibasuko Irabo Benjamin, the Executive Director of Voice for Africa Development Initiative.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
My question goes, seeing the children on the banner on the screen, I know most of them are out of school children, and we're also trying to work with out of school children. I know leaders are doing a lot, talked about building community schools and how individuals can access those community facilities in their own domain. Now, talking for the out of school children, how accessible are these facilities to children that walk the street on a daily basis? How accessible are these facilities that NITDA is putting up for them? Now, the second question is for the national, for the library, the facilities for the library. We know people that engage in reading, most especially are those in schools. And on a day-to-day basis, we also see some individuals after school helping their parents on the roadside, trying to also read. I don't know the role the National Library is also playing, helping especially those out of school and people helping their parents after school work to assess reading abilities. I would like the panelists to please shed more light on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I earlier said, that the National Library of Nigeria has taken the readership campaign to different places, even to the grassroots. Last year, we took it to the communities, to the interior, and we encouraged, and it was taken care of by the heads of branches of those states. And we encouraged the community, like the chief of the community, to give us a space where we can bring them books. We even made shelves. We made shelves for all the state branches. We took them to the villages. We encourage that children in the villages can go and read in those areas. The National Library has done so well by providing books to these places I have mentioned earlier on. It is now left for the parents to encourage the children. We should not overlabor our children with house chores that would make them not to remember to read their books.
that will not make them to, to do what they ought to do as students or pupils. Like your question, there are provisions that the National Library has made. Our bit is to provide books to whoever is in need of books. Like I said, LBI can make requests for books and we can donate books to them. Inmates have asked for books and we have donated books. So whoever is interested in books, the National Library is ready to to donate those books. In the area of reading, we encourage parents, no matter how poor a parent is, even if the parent is an illiterate, he or she can engage a teacher to help the child to read. Books are not the problems of National Library to donate to anyone. Thank you.
Okay, similar to her response, really, unfortunately, sometimes Nigerians, we don't help ourselves because when we sort of build the community centers in particular communities, then it is up to the people that are left in charge to make sure that members of their own community who the government is trying to help actually benefit from this. But of course, recently we visited one community center, and unfortunately the person in charge had taken all these things to her private school. So these are things that happen. So that is why I was very excited with Life Builders Initiative, proposal to use these community centers to deliver some of their projects. I think that will be good because the federal government, once it does these projects, it must leave them in the hands of the communities who are going to use them. So if they decide that they are not going to use them, then it becomes difficult for the government to really make an impact. So it's really up to the communities and development partners to make sure that these facilities are utilized as they should be. Thank you very much.
May I add on that point?
Yeah, somebody wants, I think, yes.
Good. Hello?
Ayo, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Ayo.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, so Life Builders comes into play in that portion. Through our community interactions, we interact with community to get them and preach the gospel of technology. A lot of times people don't come to these places because they don't know the value that this is going to impact in them. So we have our
Correct.
community e-center learning space where we've been able to train over 200 children in this pandemic alone. And how did we do it? We went to the communities and preached the message that these children need to be empowered. They need to get the right skills because sometimes the parents think it is not important. So we bridge the gap and we go, but we are limited with resources. So we need people to please come on board. Thank you very much, sir, from NITDA, that said he's willing to open partnership with Life Builders to get more resources because the number of people that need these skills are enormous. We know that we have over 13.5 million children out of school, and that is what we account to. I'm sure we have more than that. So the amount of work is to get the resources, the middle ground, to preach to them and say, you need these skills to be better off in life. We just not just talk to the children, we talk to the parents and the community leaders to pass on the information. Then we can now bridge the gap. And we're looking forward to collaborating with the National Library and NITDA. Hopefully after this, we'll have more conversations and take our proposals to you, Ma, and to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ayo.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. My name is Ajay Fuja Ahmed from Pro Life Pro Family. I have two questions. One is considering the fact that globalization and COVID-19 Life New World Order. I want to know what National Library and NIDA doing about e-learning, especially maybe an app that can make it easier for children to read. Then maybe we can have a data center somehow instead of books in the library. Then secondly, I'm looking at the National Library. What are you looking at? Reward system for reading. Because part of the thing that discourages students from reading is, at the end of the day, if you look at the best students of University of Abeokuta one time ago was given 50,000 naira, while you see some other people, for example, TV show that you see people giving them cars, houses, and ambassador of different organizations. But if government agency can be making best readers, best students, ambassador of Glow, MTN, and all that, it could encourage these students to read instead of or pushing them or forcing them to read. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question. Like you asked a question, you asked what National Library is doing to avoid or to reduce the physical book or the hard copy, and you're talking about the e-books. Like I earlier said, the National Library has commenced that. I told you that we have e-learning centers, we have ICTs, we have them in these states I earlier mentioned. Like if you go to Calabar, we have go to Area 2, go to these different states, we have the ICT section there. Maybe my colleague will do the rest for us. We'll meet you at the end of the day because we are still working towards that. Thank you. Then you talked about you mentioned prizes, that without giving prizes to the best students or best reader, children may be discouraged from reading. This is the magazine I earlier showed you, Readership Advocacy. And on this, you can see gifts of a desktop. You want to have a look. A desktop for the best students. Competitions were done in different states, and the best students were given these desktop computers. And there are gifts for individual students that came up as best students for each competition, whatever competition they must have taken part. So there are prizes. We even gave prizes to the best library users. Best library users, because we keep records of those that make use of the National Library as a place of reading. We gave gifts. If you open the magazine, you will see where we gave gifts to different sets of people. So we do encourage as much as we can. We encourage.
Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durumi, Abuja, and upgraded to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Officer. I'm from Benin. My name is Deborah Oga from Benue State. My name is Michelle Musa. I'm from Goza. My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Benue State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration.
The theme that was given to the Executive Secretary is the COVID-19 pandemic forward, a way forward for out-of-school children. Community-based effort is an educational strategy that intentionally integrates service to the community with classroom learning. Before the pandemic, Nigeria's education center was battling with many problems, with about 10.5 million children not going to school. Issues like gender discrimination, disaster, and armed conflict, language challenges, household poverty, child marriage have contributed to depriving many Nigerian children of their right to access quality education. Then, impacts of COVID-19. Research shows that school closure caused by pandemic worsened previously existing inequalities, and that most children were already at the risk of being excluded from a quality education have been affected most. Now the focus, what are we focusing on? There's now risk that millions of Nigerian children forced out of school because of pandemic won't ever return. For example, children living in a rural areas, that is street children. The street children phenomenon is called a worldwide challenge because no nation across the world is exempted from the challenge of children neglect and parental unreadiness that results in abandonment, which drives such children onto the street to find ways of funding for themselves. Children with disability. The basic concept of community-based effort is on allocating responsibilities and resources, both human and financial, to community-level disabled children. These rehabilitation will be implemented through the combined efforts of people with physical disabilities themselves, their families and communities, and the appropriate health, education, vocational, social services. It is a multi-sectoral strategy that empowers persons with disabilities to access and benefit from education, health, livelihood, and social services. Another focus, we are focusing on Almajiri children. They are pupils of Islamic knowledge. They live in hard living conditions, roaming the streets in a quest for survival. They therefore migrate from their homes, resulting to beggars on the street, and do not bother attending secular schools. Beyond COVID-19, the Almajiri system requires collective action. This should involve both the federal, state government, and relevant stakeholders to map out a holistic policy action to address the issues around Almajiri system. Solutions. In line with global goals for quality education, measures that can be taken to prevent children from losing out on their education are community support to the vulnerable and at-risk children. Invest in alternative learning options such as e-learning. Government should protect education budgets and ensure public education systems are adequately resourceful. Recommendations. There should be careful healthcare planning in line with World Health Organization guidance to prevent and control the spread of COVID-19, including following up individuals with children who do not show up for classes and try to re-engage them. This should also include support to young girls who get married, pregnant, or become a parent during the pandemic. Thank you.
Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, and upgraded to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Officer I'm from Borneo.
My name is Deborah Ogal from Benue State.
My name is Inshallah Musa. I'm from Goza. My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Benue State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond.
And this includes learning materials and tuition. That is for sponsor a child. Then we have educational partner. To be an education partner, make a monthly donation of 1 to 10,000 naira only towards the running of the school without walls. Then we have the gold partner membership or intervention. It identifies with the multiple approach philosophy of LBI in improving the lives of the underserved, the vulnerable, and the IDPs. To be a gold partner, make a monthly minimum donation of 10,000 naira only or more. A quarterly record of expenses of LBI will be sent to Gold Partners and will be referred to as LBI Stakeholders. And of course, because this is a stakeholders meeting, it is only proper. And then the last here on the list is the corporate partner, open for individuals and organizations with the aim of constructing within a learning center, scaling up to a, open for individuals and organizations with the aim of constructing within a learning center, scaling up to a new environment, or owning a portion of our project, such as payment of staff salary, school feeding, classroom renovation, etc., with a cumulative value of 1 million naira and above. A quarterly record of expenses of LBI will be sent to corporate partners and will be referred to as LBI stakeholder. So you can see there's transparency in the process. And so for your support and donations, the bank details are for account name is Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration. Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration. And the accounts are for Zenith Bank 101 399 813. That is for Zenith Bank 101 3999 813. For UBA, it's 101 896 3385. I take that again. UBA 101 896 3385. And for Diamond Bank, it's 00 504 53679. Once more for Diamond Bank, 00 504 53679. Note, after making a donation, kindly text your name and telephone number to LBI or to LBI to this number, 081 81 68 9041 for acknowledgement and record purposes. Become a Life Builder today. For any other information you need, please make your requests or your inquiries at the reception desk. Thank you so much for your time so far. We're going to go on a break now, and we shall come back for the plenary. And so on behalf of our convener, Dr. Songwo, I say, and yes, please follow us on our social media handles. We are on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. On Instagram, we are Life Builders Initiative.
Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, and upgraded to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Ofasani. I'm from Borno. My name is Deborah Ogal from Benue State.
My name is Inshallah Musa. I'm from Goza.
My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Benue State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged as evidence shows that these groups are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together we can do more. Together we can build resilient and self-reliant communities. Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Officer. I'm from Borno. My name is Deborah Ogal from Benue State.
My name is Musa. I'm from Goza.
My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Lbi State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged as evidence shows that these groups are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together we can do more. Together we can build resilient and self-reliant communities. Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is I'm from Borno. My name is Deborah Ogal from Benue State.
My name is Inshallah Musa. I'm from Goza.
My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Lbi State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together we can do more. Together we can build resilient and self-reliant communities. Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is I'm from Borno. My name is Deborah Ogal from Benue State.
My name is Inshallah Musa. I'm from Goza.
My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Lbi State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community e-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together we can do more. Together we can build resilient and self-reliant communities. Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community e-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Officer. I'm from Borno. My name is Deborah Ogal from Benue State.
My name is Musa. I'm from Goza.
My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Lbi State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community e-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. they are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together we can do more. Together we can build resilient and self-reliant communities. Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, and upgraded to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Oka Simon. I'm from Berlin. My name is Deborah Oka from Benue State.
My name is Musa. I'm from Goza.
My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Lbi State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together we can do more. Together we can build resilient and self-reliant communities.
Let's get cracking.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hi. I need some advice. Are you guys okay to help me out?
Yeah.
If your parents let you make all the decisions in one day, what would you do? You have the power.
I have the power. I can eat whatever I want.
What would you eat?
Probably salmon.
I love salmon.
What's the one thing you would say to grown-ups that they should do?
You should have a really good bank account.
a really good bank account.
Looking at adults, they don't seem to have that much fun. They just read a book by the corner. We would have to keep having fun. We could never let the fun stop.
Well, what should I get if I was going to get a pet? Something different.
A whale?
A whale, oh.
I find it quite difficult sometimes to concentrate.
Drink some water, look around, and ta-da.
Happy World Children's Day.
Imagine a world where every child could go to school, have their rights protected, and their voices heard. Imagine a day where kids come together to help make this a reality. November 20 is World Children's Day, UNICEF's global day of action for children by children. On this day, something incredible happened. Our voice was heard everywhere. In 178 countries, thousands of children, leaders, and influencers came together to take a stand for child rights. By taking over and turning the world blue. Across media, business, government, sports, and entertainment.
Houston, quite a sight from up here. Everything's going blue.
This is your code blue. More than 16 million video views. More than 100 corporate partners.
You've become the youngest UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador.
Thousands of media influencers. 14 new UNICEF Youth Ambassadors and advocates appointed. In 2019, help us write an even better future for every child. On November 20, join us.
Investing in our future means investing in our child. Universal Children's Day is celebrated annually on 20th November. The goal is to promote and celebrate children's rights and promote togetherness and awareness among children around the world. In 1954, Universal Children's Day was established by the UN General Assembly. In 1959, the UN General Assembly adopted the Declaration of the Rights of the Child. It is also the date in 1989 when the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is a day that is all about importance of children and how they have special rights and freedoms that help them to grow into happy, healthy adults. According to UN, a child under 15 dies every 5 seconds around the world. According to UNICEF, every year millions of children around the world become victims of untold violence. Millions of children worldwide are involved with child labor. Millions of children die every day as a result of poverty. To celebrate Children's Day, a wide range of events take place worldwide in organizations as diverse as schools, charities, businesses, and governments. UNICEF arranges seminars and programs in different territories of the world of welfare of children. Parents, teachers, government leaders, and civil society activists, religious and community elders, media professionals, as well as young people, and children themselves can play an important part in making World Children's Day relevant for their societies, communities, and nations. World Children's Day offers each of us an inspirational entry point to advocate, promote, and celebrate children's rights, translating into dialogues and actions that will build a better world for children. This year is extra special, marking the 30th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of Children, a time to celebrate and a time to demand action for children's rights. Some countries celebrate in different days. Instead of Children's Day, France celebrates Family Day on January 6th. Children's Day is national holiday in some places like Turkey and Argentina. Children's Day is celebrated on 14 November in India to pay respect to Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India who was immensely fond of kids. Australia celebrates Children's Week starting from the Saturday before Universal Children's Day and ending on the following Sunday. International Children's Day was proclaimed in Geneva and Switzerland on June 1st. Happy Universal Children's Day to all the kids around the world. This year, share this information with your child and let him know that his rights matter. And of course, take a day off and celebrate this day with your little one to make him feel special. After all, your time is the most valuable gift you can give your child.
With all the things happening right now, the pandemic, the storms, I cannot help but feel anxious.
Pretty anxious.
Bothered and anxious.
Anxious and frustrated.
Kind of sad.
Worried.
I don't know.
Nothing is the same now.
A lot of challenges, a lot of adjustment.
Quite stressed, but still trying to be positive.
Thankful po ako ang aking pamilya po is nasa mabuting kalagayan naman po.
Comfortable but troubled at the same time.
I'm not okay.
It is more important now than ever that children are met with support.
We are all fighting our own battles, but we should not forget to fight for those who can't fight for themselves yet.
What children and young people need the most in this time of COVID-19 is to feel secure.
Reassurance, support, and a sense of security.
Yung support ng kanilang pamilya.
Guidance and companionship.
Someone to talk to about their problems.
Pangunawa, suporta at gabay.
Time and energy to catch up with ourselves.
An avenue of opportunity where they can express, where they are free to express their thought ideas.
They all need a glimmer of hope that one day, the world they live in will little by little learn, listen, and love.
Regardless of who we are or where we come from, we must all be able to hear and be heard.
We have the right to be heard.
Children are their own persons,
and that all of their needs should be met as they grow in order for them to know and build themselves and their identities.
They deserve respect.
As a child, they should be a child, not burdened with heavy responsibilities meant for an adult.
We children have the right to quality education.
Proper education. Accessible education.
Safe education.
Because I believe education is needed for change.
Ngayong bata pa ako, kailangan ko pong masipag mag-aral upang matuloy ko ang aking pangarap.
Pangarap ko ay doktor para makatabang sa mga wata aalinsakit nil.
Ang pangarap ko maging doktor at makagamot na may sakit. Ang pangarap ko po ay maging engineer upang makapag-design sa mga iba't ibang bagay.
Children, regardless of their sex, origin, social status, beliefs, and abilities, have the right to live and grow in a safe and healthy environment.
It is very important for us to know that there is a place where we are safe, and that should be our home.
No abuse against children is justifiable. We have the right to demand and make a decision we believe that is good for us, especially during this difficult time.
We've all heard enough of the "you're too young to understand" or "bata ka pa, wala ka pang alam."
For the world to become a truly better place for children and young people like me and the children of the future generations, We have to start taking the climate crisis seriously.
We can accelerate these things by first acknowledging that they are problems.
Being fully aware of what's really happening and taking action along with it is all we need.
Aside from our personal efforts, eventually we will be needing those people in power to fully support us in this act by upholding the necessary laws and regulations.
Advocating to our government officials as well as the big companies in order to take action.
Invest in long-term plans and not on short-term band-aid solutions.
Help and not blame the people affected.
This world will be a better place for children and young people like me
if we try our best to stay informed, stand up for those who cannot, and hold the right people accountable.
If children are always at the center of our laws, and if leaders see communities as partners,
if there are equal rights, equal opportunities to be heard,
if we continue to be compassionate about each other,
we need respect,
kindness, a competent government with health.
Children are the future nation builders of our country, so they must be protected and supported at all costs.
Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durmi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Oka Simon. I'm from Borno.
My name is Deborah Oka from Benue State.
My name is Inshallah Musa. I'm from Goza. My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Benue State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community E-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now
engage with us for 20 minutes. Like we always say, we put together this meeting to bring back the out-of-school children. And what a privilege to have some of the teachers who knows how these children, when they were out of school, and who now know when they are in school. So there might be one or two lessons that we can learn from the transition. So we want to engage with them. Let them speak to us their minds. Let them also register what is their expectation from we adults, so that we can be sure that we are doing the right thing. It is not nice to give a gift of a deep freezer to Eskimos. Yeah, I think I'm right there. You want to give an Eskimo a gift, and then you go and buy a deep freezer that cools very well. It's not useful to him. He doesn't need it. And so we need to be sure that what we are offering is actually what the children believes in, and then we can now convert them to ambassadors of the adult school children. They play football with these children. They engage with them in games. And so if we know exactly what they want, and we are able to know, and they know that, and they truly appreciate what we are offering, then maybe together we can solve this crisis. And then secondly, we hope to set up or to initiate a committee of effort. There's a big word that my wife used to use for it. I'll call her up to come and explain how it works. We want to set up a committee of thinkers, helpers, who can actually translate all that we have been discussing into various languages that can be understood both by the political class, by the government class, by the development plan and development agencies. And then we will be able to achieve the desired objective of getting back the children to school. Because the aim of this stakeholders meeting is let's get them back to school. What we have come to do is to brainstorm on how we can actually get the children back to school. And every available strategy, every available opportunity, every available skills that we know, we are in the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes, I want us to lay it bare so that we can all work together to get the children back to school. Children, can we start now? Are you ready? Today is International Children's Day, and I would like 2, 3, 4, 5 of you who would like to speak to the camera. Don't forget, as I told you, this what we are doing here is seen all over the world. And not only all over the world, this what we are doing here is going to be saved. It's going to remain in the cloud. That means a lot of people, I'm sure you know what is cloud. Huh? It's going to remain in www. So people from all over the world are going to keep searching it. So is there anything you'd like to say to us, to the uncles and the aunties that are here, so that they can take it away as a takeaway to tell the people in the office, for this Ogun State man, to take back to Ogun State. And then for everybody that is here, to take back to where we all come from as something you'd like to say. If you have something to say, raise up your hand. One. Oh yeah, come. Where's microphone, please? I think you can just stand there and use the mic, because this place is going to be short for you. You tell the whole world your name, and then your
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Adimeji. I'm from Oshu State. I was a student of School Without Walls. I would like to appeal to the government that they should please end the killing in the country so that out of school children can be able to go back to school as I have. I would like to say that they should provide social amenities in my state so that children will start going to school. Social amenities like food, education, water, light, so that the students can study well. Thank you.
Who else has something to say? Students? Come if you are raising up, you come.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Nia Simon. I am from Borno State. Borno State. Goza. We want the governor to build some roads and hospitals and schools. We need clean water and light. We need someone that will pay our school fees so that peace will be in Nigeria. Thank you.
Who else wants to say something? Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, all. My name is John Rose from Adamawa State. I want the Nigeria government to stop the fighting and killing so that our country, Nigeria, will be in peace. Thank
Did you hear what she said? She said she wants peace. Who else wants to say something? Today is International Children's Day. So the children should speak to us. So yeah, come now. The children should speak, and then the whole world should know what exactly our children are saying.
Good morning, mommies and daddies, auntie and uncle, and my fellow students. My name is Shula Mighty Innocent. I am from school. I am from Anambra State, and I was one school without word. I give all the thanks to our director for protecting me in school without word. And I want the government to also make good road and build more school and hospitals. Thank you all.
She wants the government to build roads, build more schools, and build more hospitals. Any other person wants to send a message to the government? We need to hear, I think it's okay to hear from the children. That one says she wants peace.
Good morning, mommies and daddies. Good afternoon, mommies and daddies, aunties and uncles, and my fellow students. My name is Joseph Esther. I was a student in school without one. I want the government to provide more roads, schools, and clinics, and I want the government to stop the end SARS protest, and I want government to give scholarship to those that don't have the ability to go to school, so that they can have the ability to go to school. Thank you.
Oh, so she knows there is something called NSTARS. Who else? Who else among the students wants to say something? Oh yeah, come now quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna close the window now. So just come quickly. Tell me your name. Tell me where you're coming from, and say to.
Good afternoon, my father and my mother. Good afternoon, my fellow ones. My name is Peace Ezekiel. I'm from Kaduna State. I want government to send those that they are not in school back to school because education is the best. Anyone that is not going to school, I don't think how his life can be. So I want government to send those that they did not have the opportunity to go to school. I want government to send them back to school. God bless me. God bless everyone. God bless Nigeria.
So thank you, children. I think we've had. So I'm going to call on the teachers. I'm going to call on two teachers who have been taking care of the children So the teachers, who are the two people that I'm going to call? If you want to come, just stand up and walk here. The teachers. Oh yeah, come now. Because these are Sake Audu has been teaching in the school without walls for the past 7 years. It is right to say we started the school together, but he has seen several of the children who are now in secondary school have passed through him at one time or the other. So, Sake?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to get this chance or opportunity to come to the front of this congregation. As our director have stated earlier, we started this school since 2013, not knowing that most of the students will now see them in JSS 1 to 3, and up to now, not even so, we didn't stop there. We still have SS 1 to 3 too. Pre-nursery, primary 1 to 6, both in New Kuchingoro and Camp David. So I'm appealing to the government, Nigerian government, to look under how this organization, like Life Builders Initiative that has been doing since that 2013 up to late, so that they will now link hands together and help the proprietor of the school, the Life Builders, and then the children and also the teachers. So thank you very much. I am known as Sake Audu. Thank you.
Do we have any other teacher that has anything to say? Oh yeah, come, Humphrey. Humphrey Bosan is from Kaduna State. Humphrey has been 4 years now. How many years? 4 years. He's been with us for 4 years. So, so you can speak.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my fellow staff and my students. I'm by name Bosan Humphrey from Kaduna State. First of all, I would like to appreciate the director of Life Builders Initiative for the good and wonderful work he has been doing so far. For the good and wonderful work he has been doing so far. And I also like to appeal to the government, to the Nigerian government, to please come to assist the needy, that is the out of school children. Because what we're experiencing in the school is something that unbearable. Because these children, they are passing a lot, some of them, if not because of the school food that they normally used to come and eat, we don't actually know how they are going to survive in their various destinations. So we are appealing to the government to come to assist this man of God, because to me it's just somebody that is being sent to God to assist these vulnerable children. And I also like to appeal to the government to build more school for the out of school children to be able to go back to school. And again, school clinic or community clinic, because if not because of him in our community, he tried as much as possible to see what he can do. We need drugs, we need so many things to assist him, because him alone cannot be able to do anything. We pray and we believe that one day God will surely raise people like him to come to assist the need, to come to assist these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We all have come. We all have seen. And I will just want to hear from those of us who have come, one or two persons who has a word to speak to the camera concerning our viewers all over the world. Does anybody want to say something for just 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then we can now call Ife to give the vote of thanks, and we can shut down this conversation. So from those of us that are sitting down, does anybody have one or two things you want to say concerning the out of school children, concerning what you have seen here, concerning the country Nigeria? You want to make a request? This is the time to make a request concerning any of these areas that we have spoken to. So please, daddies, uncles, you want to say something? You want to say something? Nobody wants to say anything. So thank you very much. Where is Ife? The next thing we should be doing is we should be coming together, coming up with the communique and the outcome. But like I said before, we will not make this to be like a talk show. My prayer, expectation is and wish is that at the end of this meeting, we will brainstorm on what we have heard, what we have learned, and we will come out with what we hope to achieve. For me, my concern and my joy, my concern is that every out-of-school child in my area of influence, I don't leave that child out of school. I do all that is within my power. I told us before, I was in Zamfara, I was in Sokoto, I was in Benin Kebbi, and in Guzo, I did a on-the-spot survey with my host. We just went to the market. Oh, no, not the market. You know, everywhere is like market in Nigeria. We just went somewhere. I say, see, let's count 20 people. Me, I counted 10. He counted 10. I said, bring the people you counted, and then let's ask them, which school are you going? Say, Baraje Kurunchi, Baraje Bakarata, which school? Which Baraje Kurunchi, Bakarata, on the street, 70% were not in school. We did it in 3 locations, and the median was 70% or 7 out of 10. Just random, look at people randomly, just stop any 10 school age child on the road and ask him, what's the name of your school? So I told him, I said, you see, we are in trouble. 7 out of 10 of school age children in your state, because it's from Zamfara State, in your state capital, not in the bush, not in school. And you are in Abuja doing big man. Like, let's go and start school without walls there. And so, I know you'll be watching me and be laughing. But that's what the state said. The state said they have 1.2 million out of school children. How many children remain in school? So, you see, it's a critical problem. It's a critical problem. And I pray that the stakeholders in the education sector will know how critical this problem is. And you and I, who are under 70, we also appreciate this is a critical problem, because when the poor have nothing to eat, they will eat the rich. And when your neighbor cannot sleep, you too cannot sleep. So that is why everyone that God has blessed should ensure that you grow up a Nigerian that has youth and young adults who are employable. Because even if you want to employ somebody, how do you employ somebody who has no skill? So, with these words, I will call on Ife, the program manager of the Life Builders program, to please come and do the vote of thanks, or to come and say what she has to say. The national director is somewhere there too. Yeah, if the national director is available and is willing to grab the mic, she can also come. But in the absence, if I come.
Thank you. Want to really appreciate everyone that's come to join this program for the past 2 days. All the discussions, all the contributions, the panelists, the children of the School Without Walls who have sat down and been part of this program. We appreciate your efforts towards the solution of this program, and we hope, and we are working towards the solution. We hope that we'll see results. And by the time we gather next year, the numbers will have significantly gone down. And as we plan by 2022, 2023,
we would have no out of school child in Nigeria again by the special grace of God. So thank you very much. We would sing the national anthem to end, and then we would take some photographs and we'll be done. Second stanza. All right. So while we end, the national coordinator will give us closing.
Thank you very much. May we have our seats. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live LBI. And may God bless us all. We want to thank you all for your participation in this very wonderful stakeholders conference. We appreciate every one of us. We have come from far and near for all our deliberations and all the recommendations. We pray that we'll have the grace to carry them all out. We appreciate all our commitments of every member of this initiative. We appreciate all our staff, all our volunteers, and especially our CEO. We say thank you and may God bless you. Our children, you have all been so wonderful. Our teachers and every other volunteer, the technical group, we appreciate you all. And as we return to our respective locations, the good Lord that has brought us will return us all safely. And we hope to see you all next year. So let's give 3 happy cheers to LBI. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. And 3 happy cheers to every Nigerian child, boy and girl. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. God bless you. See you all next year. Bye-bye.